Okay, so I'm back. I guess I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think in between the meeting got disconnected. No worries for that. Okay. So now let's talk about hostname. So as I mentioned, hostname is basically used to retrieve the hostname of the system. Okay, and you can also use retrieve the IP address of this hostname using hostname -i. Okay, and also you can use --help command to see what all options are basically available, like for example -i to IP address. Right, you can also use the hostname -s to give the short hostname, means just a short hostname, or if you just give the -long will give you the long hostname. Okay, so all those information you can use --help command, like for example -s or long or -f also you can use instead of --long. Right, so this all give you the long information, or just the host name also will give you the information. But what the problem with the host name is that if you're not careful, okay, if you're not careful with the host name and just instead of you wanted to type something like host name, right, and host name say -i you want to type, but instead of that you forgot to type -i and you just typed like instead of that you just instead of typing -i you just typed I. Okay, so what happens is that now your host name has changed it to I. See this? That's what I was telling, that the host name command is little risky. Even normal user cannot change it. Obviously only a root user can change it. Okay, so if you're root, so sometimes many experienced people also make these mistakes. So you have to be very careful about this command. So whenever you have to type the hostname, you can use my hostname -n. So uname -n, which is very safe, because you're not see your objective. If your objective is not to make change, you better use the uname -n command. Okay, so because many of the people I've seen that they in a hurry, what they do is that instead of typing their intention was to basically get the IP address, but they might have hit the minus, but when you are typing a lot of commands and when you are basically doing a lot of activities, so you might have hit minus, but it didn't reflect it on the screen, and then you type enter and then you hit enter. So your host name has changed to this stuff. Okay, your host name has changed to I, which is a very serious problem, because if your host name, your line system in your system, if your system has changed to changed to your new host name, your system will stop communicating. Correct? You will have outages, you will have problems, the users might not be able to access the application which is running in your system. Correct? So there are a lot of problems with this. So you should be very careful with this particular command. Okay, so obviously there may not be worry, because there are a lot of areas where your host names would be basically located. So one this area is basically you can use a cat command. Is basically cat means concatenate. Cat command is used to view the file. Okay, only view, you cannot edit it. So we will look at these things, but for time being you just issue the etc hostname /etc hostname, where this is how the Linux things are identified. / means the root file system. I will tell you about this, but you just have to issue the command cat etc hostname, where you will have this server name. Okay, this is your name. So not a problem of worry. If you have made a mistake, no issues, everything can be corrected. You just have to put this name here, hostname server.example.com, and just press enter, and your hostname is back to the system. So this is how you set your system hosting. Okay, so there is another method also to set the host name. For example, immediately my server name host name was, for example, say I have set it to server1.example.com. okay, and I have to bring back to server.example.com. So there is a command in Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7 onwards. There is a command called hostnamectl. Hostnamectl. Hostnamectl is a command which will give you the information about your host name, right? Then lot of transit host names is basically not needed, but other information like your where it is running, right? Where the system is running, their operating system. You can say this is Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7.9, right? And your kernel, there's basically your kernel Linux and your kernel release, right? And your architecture. So these are something which you can get from the hostnamectl command. Okay, you can also set the host name. Ideally, the host names should be set using this particular hostnamectl, because hostnamectl command does a lot of more things than just the host name. Okay, because if you just set the host name using this command like hostname server.example.com, what will happen is that if you reboot your server, then the host name is gone. Your host name is not set. Then you have to basically edit this particular file, etc host name, and then you have to add it there, right? So instead of doing all those things, in RHEL 7, in older releases, you have to follow this method, like you have to set the host name, you have to edit the file, all those things you have to do. But in your releases like RHEL 7, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7 onwards, you can just use the hostnamectl. So hostnamectl, and you can use --help to see the commands what is available. So you have to set like set host name, right? So you can use directly like you can directly use like hostnamectl. Okay, status will show the same thing which I've just used, the hostnamectl. Both the commands are the same thing, no change. You have to use the hostnamectl set hostname. You can see this set hostname. That means you are setting a host name to your system. So what you do is that set hostname, and then you give the name of the system. So currently it is saying that key transit hostname. Transit hostname means you have not made changes to the system. Temporarily you have put up a host name. Okay, it is not permanent. Okay, so that means this might have set up using the hostname command. You have not made changes in the hostname /etc hostname file. When etc hostname is added up, then only it becomes the permanent. So set hostnamectl command. With hostnamectl, just one command, you can change the file also. So right now your hostname is server1.example.com. So what I do is that I change it to server.example.com. So now I use the hostnamectl command. You can see static hostname. There is no transit hostname. Transit hostname is gone. And now if you use the cat /etc hostname, you can see the hostname is changed here. So if I want again to change it something like this, like for example, sorry, my network got disconnected. So even if there is a disconnect at some point of time, I should be back in 1 or 2 minutes because I need to switch to another network. Okay, so okay, let me restart my session. So I need to make changes to this. So I will do a hostnamectl, hostnamectl space -help. and I can use the status and set hostname, or just I use the hostname CTL.
Sorry,
I
sir,
can see.
I'm not getting your screen.
Oh, okay, sorry, I haven't shared it. Thank you. So I hope now you can see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can, right now my hostname is server.server-test.example.com. I have to change it to server.example.com, right? So what you do is that hostname CTL and use the -- help command. If you forgot the option, you find that set hostname, and then you basically change it to your server.example.com, and then you use the hostname CTL, and you can see that the hostname CTL, the server has changed, and you can use that /etc hostname command. This is a file, basically hostname, and where it is located in etc. So that's why it calls /etc hostname, and you can see the server hostname has changed back to server.example.com. Clear? So this is how you change the hostname. But I told you there is a problem with hostname, because it's not a problem with the hostname, but because people issue commands carelessly, and as a root user only you can change the hostname. Okay, so when even as a root, many of the people are careless. They issue some random commands, and then they'll end up in trouble, outages, many problems will be there. So instead of that, if your objective is only to retrieve, you can use uname -n. Otherwise, if you want to change, yes, obviously you can you have to use hostname CTL if it is Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7 onwards. So how do you identify which OS it is? You can use hostname CTL command if it is newer OS. If it is an older OS, you never know which OS, right? Unless until you issue the command. So if a hostname CTL command is not available, then obviously you have to look for the other method. What other method is? You can go for /etc Red Hat -release. So this is the file. You can use cat, and you can use a cat. Cat means to open a file, to view the file. Okay, simple command, no destruction. So you can use cat on /etc Red Hat -release. So it will give you which OS it is. So if it is Red Hat 7.9, you don't bother about it. It could be 7.8, 7.6, 7.7. But if it is 7, anything it is 7, so that means your hostname CTL command will be there. Clear on this?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, before the previous command, we are getting the transist hostname, but now why we are not getting that?
Yeah, why? Because I told you the hostname, if you put, and if I put something like this, server-test. Okay, so and now I have temporarily changed it. I have not permanently changed it. I told you that key hostname will not change the hostname permanently. It is only temporary. That means if I use the hostname command, it will show me the hostname has changed. Correct? But if I look into the /etc hostname file, the file is still the old one. Correct? So hostname, you can change the server name temporarily. How long it is applicable? Until you reboot your server. You reboot your server, your system hostname will be back to server.hostname, server.example.com. Correct? So that means with hostname command, you can't make the change permanently. If you want to make, what you need to do is that you need to edit this file. There is an editor in Linux. We'll see that when you edit this file, you can change the server to server-test.example.com. Right? So now if you use the hostname CTL command, there are two hostnames. One is transit hostname. Transit hostname means it is a temporary hostname. That means it is not permanent. What is static hostname? Static means which is not changed. That means in the etc hostname file, your static hostname is server.com. That would mean that a transit hostname will change to the static hostname when you reboot your server. There are many occasions for temporarily, for testing purpose, instead of making permanently this file change, you can temporarily change the hostname. That is what your hostname command does. Clear? So if you want to make it static, then what you need to do? You need to basically set it to server-test.com. How you do that? Hostname CTL, and then you use the set-hostname command. See? Set-hostname command. So if you use the set-hostname command, then you use the hostname, these things have changed, right? The hostname file has changed. And if you use the hostname CTL, the transit has gone. Why? Because now the static hostname is the new hostname. Clear?
Okay, sir.
Got it? So if you are saying transit hostname, then you should understand that someone has changed the hostname using the hostname command, but it is not made permanent. That would mean that if your server accidentally reboots or you reboot your server, the transit hostname will change and it will be back to the normal hostname, whatever is stored in the /etc hostname file. So if you want to see what is permanently stored, you have to go and check the /etc hostname file. So here, for my test purposes, I'm changing back to server.example.com because there is a hostname that I have to set. And you can see the transit hostname is still not there because I have permanently changed it. So if you use a set hostname using hostnamectl, it will change the file also. See, earlier it was server-test, and now I see that it is server.example.com. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let's focus on some of the files and all those things. Okay, we'll talk about absolute path, relative path, and all those things. Okay. So before going into that, let me tell you that many other people might have worked on Windows, right? Obviously. So in Windows, what do you have? You have basically C drive, D drive, E drive, like that, correct? So that is basically C drive may be called the root directory of your system, right? C drive, D drive, there are drives where you can basically store your files. Your basically system files will be stored in a C drive. You can also store in system drives are always system files are always stored in C drive. And your user application files and all those things normally can be stored in D, E, F, whatever partition you make in a system. Okay, but Linux, you basically have one root directory. Okay, only one root directory. Everything will be under that, right? And that root directory is basically called as slash. Slash means forward slash, right? There is backward slash and there is forward slash. Right, this one is backward slash. We are not using backward slash in Linux. We use forward slash, right? So forward slash. So slash forward slash means that is your this stuff. What to say? Your root directory. Okay. Root directory is your forward slash. So if I say that if you want to change to that directory, so you do cd. If you want to change to any directory in Windows, what do? You go and double click that directory to get into the directory. In Linux, you use cd. Cd means change directory. So as I told, in Linux, everything is under slash. So slash is the topmost directory. Topmost means nothing is there beyond slash. Okay. So I want to go to slash. So everything in Linux starts with slash. So everything in Linux in this operating system is under slash directory. So if you do a ls means list file. Okay, you can do ls. Ls also has got switches. -l, long list. Long list means the same thing you can see, but you will see many other components also before that. Okay, so you can see what is the current directory. If you want to check on, you can use two methods. One is pwd, present working directory. You can see it is slash. And also you can see when you log in, you can see in this terminal also you can see it is slash here. So from here also you can identify that which current directory you are into. Okay, but it will not give the complete path. It will only give the current directory. So right, current directory, it is slash, because I am in the topmost directory in the Linux system. I cannot go beyond this because there is nothing beyond this. I'm on the top level. Okay. So in the directory, you have got a lot of directories. Like for example, you have got bin. I will talk about these other colors and arrows, but later you just identify that it is bin, boot, dev, etc, home, right? So these are different directories. What do you call everything in Linux? Basically, if you're using Red Hat Enterprise Linux, so anything which is in this blue color, basically your dark blue color, what do you call? Those are basically directories. Okay, So this is how you identify in a quickly. If you see in a dark blue directory, then you can identify that, okay, it is what it is basically your directory. Light blue directory, these are linked files, or you can call it as just like your Windows shortcuts. I hope everyone has created a shortcut in Windows, right? So light blue color means it's a shortcut. So other things we'll talk about. Right now you have to understand that slash is your topmost directory. That is what one take from this particular session or this class. Now there are two things basically. One is called relative path and one is called absolute path. Okay. You would have already learned about relative and absolute at one or the other point. Okay, relative means we are identifying a particular component with respect to something else. Okay, absolute means you are starting from the topmost. So if I say that I want to go to boot, so I can go to cd boot. Why? Because boot is there in my current directory. Boot. I go to boot, so I do pwd. I am in /boot. Right, and I want to see what is there in the boot. I can do ls or I can do ls -l. So you can see again there is two directories, right? All these white color and red color, green color, these are files, but different type of files. We'll see that. But white color files are normal files, and blue color are directory. Okay, so I am going to GRUB2. I'm going to another directory called GRUB2. Again, there is another directory called what? Local. Okay, and there are a lot of files over here in this local. I can come back. How do I come back? One directory above, cd double dot. I can go to the previous directory, means parent directory. I do ll or ls -l, both are same. Okay, I can go to fonts. I can do ll. Okay, so right now I'm in fonts. This is my present working directory, fonts. But if I do pwd, I can give the complete path. Where I'm in, inside / there is a boot directory. Inside boot, there is a boot directory. GRUB2, inside fonts, inside that GRUB2 there is a directory called fonts. I am in fonts. That is how it is the complete path. So there is a command called tree. I think the command is not installed, not a problem. So we'll see it later. So pwd will give you a list of like /boot, GRUB2 and fonts. So this is your what? This is your absolute path. Absolute path always starts with /. This is something which you have to remember. Okay, absolute path always start with /. Clear? So this is very important and you have to keep in mind. Okay, absolute path always starts with /. So what is my current absolute path? My current absolute path is basically /boot GRUB2 fonts. So absolute path is very, very important. Specifically, it will help you to do a lot of shortcuts. It will help you to identify how to access the file, where the file location is. Okay. So as I told that cat is a file, cat is a command. Cat is a command to basically look into a file. Okay. So before that, let me get you familiarized with a couple of other commands so that you will be more easy. Okay, so this is absolute path. Now, what is relative path? Now I'm going back to this. Okay, so right now we saw that this is your absolute path. Okay, now I can go to / directly, right? pwd. Now I'm in /. I can go to / directory. So if I want to go to fonts, how can I go? What I have to go? I have to go to /boot, then GRUB, and then fonts, right? You have to give the complete path, right? This is absolute path because you know that this path is there. So you can put cd /boot GRUB2 fonts. I am into that path. And since I have given the complete path, I am in this particular directory, right? I can also give relative path. So for example, right now I'm out of fonts, right? Now if I have to go to font directory, I can keep two methods. Either I can give cd /boot GRUB2 fonts, I can go to fonts. My parent directory is this. Or if I'm back to this previous directory, one more previous directory, I'm in boot, right? I'm in this directory /boot. If I have to go to fonts, I can use absolute path, or I can use cd what? I can use what? GRUB2 is already there, right? So instead of going the complete path, I can give cd GRUB2 fonts. So this is relative path, right? Relative path means with respect to boot, I know that GRUB2 is in the directory because I have done ls-l or ll. And I know that inside GRUB2, there is a fonts directory. Correct? So that's how I come to know that, okay, within the GRUB2 directory, there's a font directory. I can use cd GRUB2 fonts. So I'm using a relative path here. I'm not using absolute path. What I'm doing, GRUB2 is being relative to the boot directory. And where is boot? /boot. So I'm already in the boot directory earlier. And from there I'm using. But can I use the cd GRUB2 command from here? Because I'm already in the GRUB2 command. I cannot, because there is no such file or directory. Because when I do ll, I don't see any GRUB2 here. Correct? So that's why it says a no such file or directory, because I cannot find GRUB2 in this location. Because if I'm doing cd directly without any slash, it will search in the current path. What is the current path? This thing, right? Which directory I'm in? /boot GRUB2 fonts. Do I see any GRUB2 here? No. So if I want to come to this directory again, I'm already here, but still if I want to come to here, I can use the absolute path, which is cd boot GRUB2, and I'm here. It doesn't throw any error, right? So I'm here. So this is absolute path and relative path. This is very, very important. And specifically when you're doing automation and when you are basically want to get into some particular file. For example, I have shown you like there is a file called /etc redhat-release, right? This is absolute path. I am in which location? Right now I am in /boot GRUB2 fonts, but I am trying to access a file, which is this thing. Okay, I'm using cat to access this file using absolute path, and I can see that contents of that file. This is the contents. This is what it is written. There is another method to access. What I can do, I know that redhat-release is in which directory? etc. Correct? So I go to etc. From there, I can directly access this thing, redhat-release. The same contents I will get. Right? I can do ls-l and I can do redhat-release. I can see there is a file here. I'll do ls-l. I'll see a lot of files. See, a lot of files are there. Right? But I can see there is a file called redhat-release. See, redhat-release. Clear? So that's how I basically access a file. So this is the importance of absolute path. So if I have in directory like /boot GRUB2 fonts, right? I cannot use cat redhat-release. Can I use? I will not get, because the file is not there. Where is this file? This file is in etc. So from here, what I have to do is that I have to give the absolute part. Can I do this etc/? It will not work because etc is not here. Where is etc? etc is in /. So you have to give the complete path. Right? So this is absolute path. So absolute path and relative path. How you use it, it's up to you. Basically, whether you want to go to that location, if I want to see this file, there are two options. Wherever location I am in, I don't bother. I give the absolute path and I can access the file. Or I go to that location. I go to that location first and then I do redhat-release. There are two things. So this is more complex because sometimes every time it may not be one or two directories. Sometimes there are many directories inside. So every time it's not possible to go there. So if you want to access some files, you have to give always absolute path. Both method is correct. I'm not saying that is wrong. But absolute path, if you learn absolute path, that is more easy and there are less chances of making mistakes. Clear? Absolute path. Okay. So similarly, you have got something called as ls-l. You have to do ls-l on this directory, it shows up. I am in /temp. Okay, I do ls-l. I can see here. Nothing is there. But from here, from my current location, from my temp itself, tmp directory in /, I can do ls-l on /etc. See? Or I can do ls-l on /boot GRUB2. So I am giving an absolute path. Right? So absolute path can be combined with any commands. So absolute path is something which you want to understand, which gives you a complete idea that from where it is locating. You are telling that, okay, this is the location. Okay. Clear on this absolute path? Any questions?
Yes, sir. No question.
Okay. So now we will see something like recursive. Recursive means you can see that there are a lot of directories in this GRUB2, right? Fonts are there, i386 are there. If you want to go to each of the directory, you want to see, you have to go to fonts and see what is directories. And then you have to come back to go and local and see what is there, right? Each on this directory. So instead of that, what I can do is that I want to see what all things are there in R2. I can use caps letter R, ls minus L, caps letter R, recursive. Recursive means it will go into each of these directories. See, it has gone to each of these directories. I have issued the command here, ls minus lr. First, it will go to GRUB2. It will give the contents of what are things in GRUB2. Then what will happen? It will go to fonts directory. Okay. Then it will go to fonts and list what all files are there. Only one file is there. Then it will go to i386 because these are two files that is already listed here. It will go to directory i386. Okay. Go to i386 PC and it will go to display all the files which are there. If any directory is there within that, it will go into that also. Okay. Then it will go to what? Local directory. And there it will display. Okay. What all things are there. So that is how basically ls minus lr works. LR. R means caps letter. So that is means recursive. It will go into directory and do. So these things LR, R minus R, these are all common switches. This can be combined with many other commands also. We will see that. Okay. Okay, one more thing, importantly, what you need to understand is basically the difference between ls and ls minus L. Okay, let's go into this root directory. It is not root directory, it is / root directory. Okay, root directory is this. This is / root. We'll talk about this, but this is basically a root user's home directory. So I am in root user's home directory. How do you get to the home directory of any user? Whichever user is logged in. If you want to come to the home directory, just press enter, CD and enter. You come. How to come to that, which is your home directory? You will see this tilde line here. This is called tilde, right? Tilde symbol. So tilde means you are in home directory or whatever it is user. But here I am in home directory of root user. How we come to that? It is root user because this hash symbol is there. Hash symbol means root user. And there are other methods to find that is PWD or who am I? Who am I means I am root. Where is my home directory? / root. We'll talk about home directory later. So, okay. So time being, we know that key how to change to directory, absolute path, relative path. What is the current directory, where I'm currently staying, PWD command, right? So you can use ls command to see what all files are there. Correct? ls command. ls minus L mean long list. It will give you much more information. We will see that later on, but many of the time we will be using ls minus L. We will understand this, but for time being, understand that ls and ls minus L is more, ls minus L is more descriptive. Okay, it gives you more information. There's some other information called ls minus A. Sorry, ls minus A. ls minus A is also very important. Okay. See, files basically are a couple of times are basically of different types. But basically, we can categorize basically into two things. One is visible and one is non-visible. Okay, or we call it as hidden file or directory, whatever is called as. So any file which starts with dot, okay, any file which starts with dot, that cannot be viewed with the ls or ls minus L command. You can see all these commands, all these files which starts with dot or directory which starts with dot, you cannot see it. These are hidden files. Okay, hidden files for normal operation, you don't need this. You don't want to basically for normal person, these things are not needed. Or if you want to purposely hide something from someone, you can use dot, right? But obviously, if he knows ls minus LA command, he can view that. So this is just to avoid the cluttering, right? You don't want unnecessary files to be displayed here, which I don't need. So that's the reason files are basically hidden files. Hidden files are basically which are not of to your day-to-day use, which you don't directly use it, but maybe for system purpose or maybe for some your customization or something like that, maybe you use it, otherwise not. So how do you use it? You can use ls minus A, or if you want to see long listing, ls minus LA, because you can combine switches, right? You can do this. So you can see two more directories, right? Dot and double dot. So this dot means cd space dot means you are in current directory, present working directory, cd dot. Dot means you are in current directory. That is dot. Dot means current directory. cd double dot means your parent directory. What is your parent directory right now? Your parent directory is slash, right? See. So if I'm in slash boot grub fonts, right? What is your directory? pwd. What is the directory? Slash boot grub2 fonts. So if I want to do cd dot, that means current directory. I'm in this only because I've not gone anywhere else, because I'm saying that my current directory cd and cd dot. Dot means current directory. If I want to go cd double dot, where will I go into? Anyone? Can anyone answer? If I hit cd double dot, cd double dot means what? You'll go into parent directory. So where will I land up?
grub2.
Exactly. So if I do cd double two, what I will do, I will get up in grub2, not grub2 basically it is slash boot grub2. Clear? So this is what to say, parent directory. If I want to go one more above parent directory, you can do double dot. So I'm in double. If I am going double dot again, you're in slash. Again I'm doing double dot, I'm in slash, because there is no top directory above slash. So even if you double dot, you are in current directory only, because there is nothing beyond slash, as I told. So I can combine this also, like for example, slash boot grab font. I'm in this. I can combine this, like for example, double dot slash double dot. Now where will it land up? Any idea? Excuse me. Can you tell me where will I land up?
Slash boot.
Slash boot, exactly. So because I'm in this directory. Okay, I'm in this directory, slash boot directory. So you're good with slash, you're good with dot and double dot, because this is very important concept. Okay, dot means current directory, double dot means previous directory. Okay, so you have got ls minus l, ls command, and ls minus la. Okay, so many other directories you will not find any other dot file except basically you will find in home directory. Otherwise, very few directories are there. You will find in dot files. Otherwise, many other files you will all be visible files. Dot and double dot you will have it in every directory. Why? Because you will have to go in current directory and previous directory is represented by double dot. That's the reason dot and double dot is there. Okay. Good. So now absolute path, relative path we have seen. And now we will see about basic file operations. Okay, basic file operations. So let's see, one more thing I have to tell you is that as a root user, you can write and delete whatever you want. Okay, so to be in a safer side, it should be your best practices, right? You should not write your temporary files or whatever files you want to create a file and all those things anywhere what you like. Okay, that is not a good practice. So you can write as a root user, you can write anywhere, but you should not do that. You should refrain from doing that. And if you want to just test some file, you have to create some files to test or something like that, you can use, there is something directory called temp, okay, slash temp, right? So this is a temporary file. So this temporary, the beauty of this directory slash temp is that any user can write into it. Okay, any user. Like for example, there's a directory called slash boot. Okay, only root can write into it. A normal user, if he logs in, he cannot write into it. Clear? So it's always a good practice that whenever you want to do some testing or some writing, or you have to create some file or directory for some testing purpose or something, whatever you want, it's good that you always keep that in slash temp. Okay, there is another directory called slash war temp. There also you can keep it, or there you can also write it. But basically, a good practice is slash temp. So both slash war temp and slash temp, these are both what to say, directories where you can use something. In many of systems where you log in, you might not see /temp as empty. You will find lot of files and directories over there. Okay, because it is a temporary directory, as the name suggests. It is kept there for some temporary purpose. Okay, for system temporary files and all those things, it is kept there. So many of the production level system, when you log in, you will see lot of files and all things over there. So basically, do not delete anything in the temp directory, because it might be needed by application for temporary purpose and all those things. It might be basically cache or some log file or something will be there. So right now, since we are into the temp directory, I'm going to show you how to create some files and directories and all those things to make you familiarize with how to create this thing. So now, first thing I'm going to teach you is basically how to create file. Okay, so basic thing, there are a lot of commands to create a file, basically different, but basically if you want to create empty files, you can use the touch command and file. You can use you can give any name. Okay, now one beauty about Linux is that like in Windows, you can see that an executable file could be like .msi file or .exe file, right? Some extension will be there. Linux do not identify the files with extension. Okay, Linux do not identify the files with extension. It basically looks into its binary and then identifies that, or into the file and then identifies that whether what type of file it is. It basically has something called as metadata in that. So right now we are going to create simple files. Okay, simple file. So I'm going to create a file called file1. So simple file. I do ls or ll. I can see that file1 is created. There is nothing. So that's why you see 0 here. 0 contents, right? So I can create multiple files with this, right? So like touch1 is already there. It will not complain since already there, but it is not going to create again, but it basically overwrite it. That's why you can see that timestamp is being changed. It is 12 and it is 13. So I can create multiple files, like for example, file2, file3, file4, right? File4. You can see that file1, file2, file3, and file4 is being created. All are empty files. Clear? So this is how you create multiple files. Now, I can create another file using, like for example, there's a command called echo. With echo, you're basically redirecting to a file. So in that case, what you're doing is that you are redirecting some text onto a file which is not existing, but it will create that at the same time. For example, I'm doing hello Linux, right? And I'm going to redirect. Redirect means single arrow. And I'm saying I'm going to redirect to file name file1. So file1 is created. You can see that there is some contents in it. That's why you can see that the change has changed. And now you'll see that the time has also changed, right? 12:14, because when I look into the time, now it is 12:14. So 12:14, this file occurs. So this is basically the timestamp when it was created. So if I like, for example, I can edit this file. Again, I can pass some other parameter, like for example, Linux file3. So you can see that there are two things that is going to make changes. One is that the 0 will change to some other value because depending upon the size. And secondly, the value of this time will also change, right? So if I do this LL, you can see the timestamp has changed and the size has changed, right? So if you look at cat file3, you can see the Linux is something which we echoed. Echoed means echo is something like, for example, if you directly use echo hello, it will echo back, right? It will echo back. Echo means what you say, it will give it back, right? So echo test. It will give me hello echo test. So normally, if it is multiple characters, multiple strings, you normally give quotes, double quotes here to just identify. So that sometimes what happens that there are multiple strings, the parameter, the program may not process it completely. It might only take only the first contents. So that's the reason we normally give, when there is multiple strings involved, you normally enclose it in quotes, right? So if I do it again, like for example, Linux world, right? I'm rewriting it. So what will happen is that the file 3 contents is overwritten. See, redirection. File contents is overwritten with new contents. Correct. So we'll see about redirection later. But time being, I just want to make you understand that how you can create file. Touch empty file you can create, multiple files you can create. But if you want to write something to a file, you can use echo to write to this file. Okay. There are other commands also, like for example, editors are there, many type of editors are there. We will see that editor later. The objective of this session right now is to show you how to create files. So we created a file. So already empty file you can create. You can add something to that by using the echo command. Okay. Okay. Cool. So now we will see that how you can create multiple files. For example, there are some situations where you have to create, maybe say hundreds of files. Like for example, now I have to create say touch file with the name starting with 1 and to 20. Right. So what it will do is that it will create 20 files, right? File 1 to file 20. So what it will do is that it will do file. These are parentheses, right? So every file will start with the name file, right? With the parentheses and starting with 1, like 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then 10, 11, 12, and 20. Even if the file exists, it will overwrite, right? It will basically update its timestamp. You have seen that it is not overwritten, correct? You can see the file 3 is already there, but it has not overwritten it. Correct? It will only update the timestamp. So if a file exists, it will only update the, see, now you can see that all the timestamp has been 12 for 17. So it has just updated the timestamp. That means recently the file was accessed, right? So, but here there's a catch. You can't give multiple dots. You can only give 2 dots, 1 to 20. So it can be something like I can't put like this, right? If I put like this, it will create a file something like this. That is not what I wanted, right? What I wanted is that I want a file to be created like this, like maybe 1 to 200. I want to create 200 files, right? So it just create 200 files. 200 files it has created. So with just a span of 1 second, less than 1 second, it has created 200 files. I can even create 2000 files or 20,000 files, right? 20,000 files. Clear? All are blank files. Got it? So how are to remove this file? Now I want to remove a file. So removing a file is called RM. I have to file say file 1, file 999. I remove it. When I'm going to remove it, RM is remove commands. When I'm going to remove it, it will say me that remove regular empty file, yes or no. So I will put yes. So it will remove. So it will, when you do LL, the that 9999 file is gone. Right? That is gone because you removed it. You can forcefully remove it. What you do, RM, because earlier when I removed it, it is going to ask you whether you want to remove it. Like for example, again I will show you. I remove this file. It is asking you for a confirmation. Yes, it will remove it. If I put no, it will not remove it. The file is already there. It hasn't removed it. But if I remove it again, RM, and ask for a confirmation, it is going to remove it, and that file is gone. Correct. Now, if I want to remove it without confirmation, you can use RM-F, and it will not ask me any confirmation, and it is going to remove that file. Right. Now I have to delete all the files here, starting with file, correct? Starting with the name file. What you can do, RM-F, because I don't want to ask a confirmation. Because if it asks me confirmation, I have to type yes, at least 20,000 times. Right? RM-F, and what I'll do is that space and delete only the files starting with file. Okay, and I'll put star. Star means wild character. It will remove all the files starting with slash. I removed it. So see. Everything is gone. Now you understand how destructive this RM command is. Okay, please listen to this thing very, very carefully. Okay, this is very, very important. People who are not listening, please listen to it very carefully. never ever use rm minus rf command unless you are very confident in understanding what you are doing. There are some situations where you need to run rm minus rf command. Sorry, rm minus f command. Rf also we will learn about it. There are situations where we are like, for example, this command, you have to remove it, right? Otherwise, for example, there are some lot of files, hundred thousands of files which you have to remove it. You can't simply sit and remove one by one, right? So there are situations where we have to do, but what I'm saying is that you have to be very careful what you're doing, right? So you can remove rm minus rf slash, right? If you do that, your slash will, you will get some errors and all those things because your system is running currently, but your entire directory will be wiped off. You cannot boot your system, right? This is very, very critical. Please keep in mind, because in your production environment and all those things, just like hostname can be reverted back. I shown you, if there's a file, you can just revert back. You will be served. But if you do this rm minus rf command and all those things in your production environment, maybe chances are that that you might also be fired from the organization, right? Because there could be important data. So please be very, very careful. That's the whole objective of this class, to make you understand that what to do and what not to do. So you need to be very careful. I am stressing it again that never ever execute rm minus rf command without confirming what you're doing. You are in a doubt, please ask your colleague, okay, who is more experienced than you, or maybe is working in the organization for some time, right? So before issuing the rm command, okay, specifically, please ensure that you understand what you're doing. Simply issuing the command like rm minus rf slash, it will remove everything from your system. You might get some error, but once you hit enter, everything is gone. You cannot revert back. So please be very, very careful while issuing the rm minus rf command. Okay. So something you have typed in the command and you have to get back, you can always use Control C. Control C means just quit out of it safely. Okay. You have to clear the screen. You can use CLER, clear the screen. Either you can use clear command, or what you can do is that you can use Control R. So, sorry, not Control R. Sorry, Control L. Control and L to clear the screen, or CLER command, whichever is comfortable for you. Okay. So people, these are shortcuts to show something. So you learn something to create a file, to delete a file, multiple files. Now I'm going to show you that how do you create a directory, right? Directory create command is mkdir. Mkdir, maybe you can say directory 1. You can create multiple directories like directory 1, dir 2, dir 3. Okay. Now this directory will complain you saying that directory 1 is already existing. That's not a problem because it's already existing, but it will create directory 2 and directory 3 also. It will give you a complaint. In the file case, what will happen is that it will update the timestamp. But here in the case of directory, it will not do that. It will complain that directory 1 is already existing. I'm not going to create it because the file is already. Why it complains this file exists? Because in Linux, everything is considered as file, whether it is directory or whatever it is. In Linux concept, or basically in Unix concept, you can call it as, everything is considered as a file. Okay, everything is considered as file. Be very mindful about it. Okay, so even if it is, you say it as a directory, but Linux considers it as a file. That's why you can see the error that cannot create directory 1 file exists. Okay, so that is good. And you can create multiple directories. Like for example, you can create inside directory 1, you can create like directory 1 slash a. Inside that, you can create another directory, but let's focus on slash a. Okay, like for example, ls-l dir 1. What you can see inside dir 1, you can see this. Like for example, you can do ls-l r. You can see inside current directory, 3 directories are there. Inside directory 1, a is there. I can create mkdir b. I can create c b like this. Okay, I can do ls-l, or I can see that inside directory 1, a b c d 3 to 4 directories are there. Inside A, nothing is there. B, nothing is there. C, nothing is D, nothing is there. Directory also, nothing is there. Clear? So now there are some situations where you want to create multiple directories inside this, where the parent directory is not existing. For example, mkdir test, right? I'm going to say inside test, you create a directory called Apple. Inside that, you create a directory called Fig. And inside that, you create a, inside test, you can create a directory called Fruit, right? Inside that, you can create a directory called Apple. So it is going to give me a complaint that cannot create directory test fruit apple, no such file or directory. Why? First, it will go and try to create a directory called Apple. Where it will check? It will check that whether the fruit directory inside test is available or not. It will not find, right? They'll see that the test directory is not there, right? So it will say that okay, let me see, test directory is not there, so I cannot create test fruit apple because test is not there. Right now, let's create a directory like mkdir test. Right now, I'm going to create this again. Now, what I'm going to say is again, it is going to complain me test fruit apple is not present. That means I can see that test is there. Okay. Now I see that ls minus l test. Okay, I understand that inside test nothing is there. So inside test fruit should be there. So I create test fruit mkdir. Okay. Now I'm trying to create this directory. Now I'm able to create. Why? Because inside there is a directory called test. There's a directory called fruit inside test, and inside that I can create an apple. Okay. So I'm going to create another one. Like for example, just like the other example, like I'm going to create test one, inside that fruit one, inside that apple one. So again, it is going to give me error because it is not there. But in this situation, I can use a switch called -p. -p means even if the parent directory is not present, create that parent directory and then create the other directory. So first, it will try to create apple one. It will see that fruit one is not there. It will try to create it, but it will see that test one is not there. So test one, it will create first, then it will create fruit one, then it will create apple one. So you can see this -p doesn't give me error, correct? But when I issue the ls -l command, I can see that see fruit one is there, test one is there, fruit one is there, and apple one is there. So system automatically creates that. So this command is very useful, specifically in situation where your parent directory doesn't exist. This is useful in for some automation and all those things where you want to basically create a target or a destination directory, right? And you're not sure that the parent directory is present or not. So even if the parent directory, so in this case, for example, I'm going to create a directory apple2. So it will create apple2 even if fruit one and test one is present or not. If test one is present, it will not throw you error. Okay, it will just directly create fruit one. If fruit one is already present, no problem. It will create apple2 directly. Clear? So that is what basically it creates. See, fruit one, apple one and apple2 is there. Clear on this? Any questions?
No question.
Okay, so this is very important concept. Okay, see, these are basics, but these are the basics which you are going to use in your day-to-day life when you combined with some other commands or some other technologies which you are going to learn in our 2 days of time. Clear? So now we have seen this. Now I'm going to delete this directory. What I'm going to do is say that I'm going to delete a directory called rm directory, and I'm going to create directory 1. So it says that rm cannot create because cannot delete because it's a directory. So if you want to delete a directory, you have to create you have to issue a switch called rm-r. Okay, r means to delete a directory. If you can use rm -help, you can see that there are a lot of things available. You can see this -r. -r means recursive, removes directory and their contents recursively. Okay, -d, empty directory. It is okay, but normally we don't use it out. You can use, not a problem, but normally we use -r, means recursively, because you want to delete anything and everything beyond that. That's why I told you that never use rm minus r on slash. Okay, very dangerous. So you can use rm minus r on dir1. dir1 is okay, because I know that I'm going to only delete directory 1. So I delete it. So it asks me for a confirmation. It says, okay, delete 1. It says that, okay, directory 1, I cannot remove it because there is already a directory called A present in it, right? So unless and until remove A inside our directory 1, I cannot remove directory dir1. So I say that, okay, remove yes. And it says that, okay, there's another file directory called B there. Okay. I said, I don't want to remove it. So C also, I don't want to remove it. D also, I don't want to remove it. Or say D, I want to remove it. Okay. Now I see that directory 1 is still present there. Why? Because I have asked B and C directories or files inside that directory 1 not to be removed. So unless or until directory 1 is empty, I cannot remove directory 1. Right? So you have to delete everything inside the directory before you can delete the parent directory. So if you want to, if you know that you don't want any file or directory inside this or inside this directory descending, whatever hundreds of directories might be there, you don't want that. So simply what you can do is that rm minus rf. F means forcefully, and you can use directory 1. So it will directly remove it. So even if any files or directories present there, everything it will remove that. It will not ask you for a confirmation. So that's why I told you that rm minus rf is a very, very dangerous command. Okay, never use it. Why I'm showing it to you this is because to make you understand that how destructive this command is. Okay, specifically when you're using as root user. Okay, by end of the class session, maybe tomorrow something or day after tomorrow, I will also show you how destructive it is by performing this in my test server. Okay, never ever perform in your test server or in your production environment or lab test. You have never have to do rm minus rf in slash. Okay. So star you can use specifically when you are in some other directory. Okay, but be very careful that you are not in slash boot or some other system directory where you will remove everything. Okay, temp I am using. Why? Because I know that there is no other directory present in it. I know that there is only directory which I have created. In production environment also, do not perform on slash temp because there will be a lot of other files which the system might need it. You might not know it. So if you are in a directory which you know, for example, I am in a directory called cd test. Okay, I know that test is my directory, and you can confirm it again by using pwd, and you can know that whatever is this, you can do ls minus lr. I know that how many files are there, and I know that nothing is needed in this thing. Then I can do rm minus rf stop. I can remove everything in that, and then finally come back and you can do rm minus rf test. Okay, and if you know that inside temp, you are in inside temp and nothing is needed, everything you know that you are understood that nothing is needed in this directory, then you can safely use rm minus rf. Okay, start. Clear? So I can create a file. I can create a file 1 ls minus la. See, the hidden files is created using touch command. But when I deleted rm minus rf star, hidden files are not deleted. So that is something what rm minus rf will help you. So if you have saved something as a hidden file, that will not be deleted, right? So if, for example, I'm doing rm minus rf slash, right? So rf will also include file and directory, whatever it is. So if, for example, I'm creating mkdir dot directory 1, and I'm creating directory 1. Okay, I'm doing ls and I'm doing ls minus la. You can see directory 1, file 1. So I'm doing rm minus rf slash. I can see ls minus la, directory 1 and file 1 is still there. So if it is hidden file and hidden directory, rm minus rf will not remove anything in the hidden file or hidden directory, but all other files will be removed. Clear on this? Okay. Good. Okay. So now let's focus on something called viewing files. There are different methods to view a file. Okay, like for example, cat is a simple command. Redirection release. Right, you have view a file because I know that there is only one line. Cat /boot grub grub.cfg. There's a file. There's a lot of contents in this file, right? There are many things which have passed. You can't see it. So how do that? You want to scroll up. So instead of doing this, there are big files. So what you do is that there is something called as less. You can use less to view this. So you can view from the beginning, right? And you can use space bar to come down, or you can use enter to do line by line. You can use space bar to do page by page down. When it comes to enter, and you have to press Q to quit. Or you can use more command. More command also same. It says that how much percentage, 13% more. You can either use enter one by one, or you can use space to hit this thing. When you use more, when it comes to the end, it will automatically quit. You don't have to press the Q button. Okay. You can also use something like this. You can use like cat, and you can use pipe. This symbol is called pipe. Pipe means you are redirecting it to another command. Pipe command is used to redirect the output. Redirect the output of the first command. What is the first command? Cat. Cat on this command. You are redirecting the output of this command to pipe. Okay. And pipe will pass it to some other command. So what you do is that pipe more. Same thing. Or pipe less. So you're using two commands. You can use directly also. That's what different methods which I've shown you. Okay. And now there's another command called head and tail. So for example, instead of doing cat or more or less, I am interested in only hearing about the or viewing in the first 10 lines. Head means first 10 lines. So it will give me only first 10 lines. How you calculate? This is also calculated as a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, this is also a line. Here is a blank line. That's why it's also called as line, 10 lines. Okay. So head means first 10 line. If I want to use last 10 lines, so you have to use tail. So you can use tail, last 10 lines of the file. It will give you the last one. The blank line is also counted as a line here. Okay. So if you want to see maybe first 15 lines, so what you do is that minus n 15 you have to put. Minus n means number, right? Minus n 15, and the first 15 lines it will show up. And similarly, if you want to show up the last 15 lines, you have to show tail. Last 15 lines. Okay. So last 15 lines is very important. This is also very important. Now there is mainly where you guys might be using one common particular file is basically a file called /var log messages. This is very important file specifically for troubleshooting or day-to-day purpose, because this basically logs all the messages and all those things in the system. So this is a file which you basically would be needing in most of your day-to-day activities, specifically when you're doing troubleshooting, or some people might want you to get some details and all those things about system. Okay. Not details in the sense like you might be asked to see that if there is some error and so and so, right? So how do we view it? This normally is a big file. Okay, so I can use tail to see the last few lines. Few means last 10 lines. Let's see, last 10. This may not be of much use because there's nothing much what you can see. Okay, because it's only representing the last 10. The head is not much important in this file because you are maybe interested in seeing the last messages. What is important? We can use 10 minus n 20 to see last 20 lines. See, last 20 lines. You will see. Okay. So many of the time it is needed that this file you want to view live. Live means you want to keep this open in a terminal. So for that, what you do is that you normally use something called as tail minus f. Tail minus f. F means on the fly. So it'll keep on logging this thing. So right now nothing is being logged. That's why you don't see anything. But for example, I'm going to log into the system. Okay, just keep monitoring this session. Okay, there's another section which I'm going to log in. And as soon as I log in, you can see there is something logged here, right? See, new session, 29 of user root activating so and so, and this system has logged in. So when I logged in, there is something which is logged into the system, correct? So maybe I will try to, I will see, not everything will be logged. For example, I do ls minus n, nothing will be logged, because nothing which has to do with the system. Okay, so for example, I am trying to there is a command which I'm going to restart a service, right? cron d. I'm going to restart a service, okay, program. So there, when I restart a program, and I could see that there is activities that has started, right? See, stopping command scheduler, stopping, stopped, and then started. So that means whenever there is some system related activity, there is something log or something someone is logging in, or any type of errors that is happening in the system, right? When there is a reboot or nothing, everything will be logged in this messages file. So sometimes, many of the time during a live troubleshooting session, you might be needing to open this file in the terminal and see. You can always write to this file, but it is not written. Okay, this is only for the terminal. It is not written to the file. You can put it like this. To see if it is a big file, you just want to differentiate it, right? So you can put it something like that, or maybe you can put plus or whatever it is to just show, okay, to differentiate it. I can use this again, and I can see, okay, I can see, okay, from this it is starting, right? And again, I have to put it something like that to see if there is many other cases, whatever, the file will be a very long file. So sometimes you will need to change it, right? So at that time, you can use some form of marker to see that given the logs was being started. Sometimes it will be similar logs. It's become very difficult to identify. So these things, markers are on the fly. It is not returned to the file. When you close the file, and if you go and open this file using cat, you can see that there is nothing which is written. See, nothing written. So this is also a very important command, which is basically tail space minus f. Very, very important. Okay, sometimes you can also use tail f also, but sometimes it maybe if the program is not installed properly, I mean, tail f may not be available. Like for example, Red Hat Enterprise Linux tail, you will not find tail f. Instead, you have to use tail minus f. Okay, so use tail minus f, which is available, and it is a very handy command. And other command is basically that same tail minus f command. There is another command called warlog secure. There is a command called secure. This secure command is also very important, because this file var log secure, this file var log secure, this file is important because this file gives you information about who are logged in. So I just typed in, I'm trying to what is it, take a duplicate session root. I'm trying to log in, and once I've logged in, I can see that, see, accepted password from root from IP address, right? And from this port and user ID. So this will give you more detailed information about user logins. That is where this warlog secure file is basically used for. Okay, this is more of for a troubleshooting purpose to identify which user has logged in, accepted password. That means a password accepted was being performed properly, right? So I'm trying to see something like duplicate session. I'm trying to give a wrong password. Okay. And let's see that key, what will happen. So it will see September so and so password check failed for root user. So these things will not be logged in warlog messages, right? But these will be logged in the secure. So it says that palm required greater than not meant by root user so and so, failed password from root. This, so from here you can identify that there was a user who was trying to log in from this particular IP address, from this particular port, right? And he claims to be root user. He tried it, and he tried to log in, but he couldn't log in. So I think that failed password for root. That means he was using a wrong password. So it could be a hacker also. He is trying to log into the system as root user, but he didn't know the password. He is trying to guess it. Correct? So here you can identify, and from your network administrator or something like that, you can come to know that whose IP address is this, right? So that is how you can troubleshoot, like who has been trying to log into the system, like who tried to log into the system, whose password was not working, right? Those are the things which you can identify. This basically used for troubleshooting purposes. Clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is very important commands, and this is very, very important. Okay, because so here we have learned 2-3 things. One is what you're using the absolute path. You are using the absolute path. Correct? Right now you are using var log secure /var log secure. You are using the, I told you earlier, right? Because absolute and relative path, you will be using this practically in alignment with the different commands. So now here you're using the absolute path. Second thing, what you're doing is that you're basically using the command to find the output. Basically that you're using the on the fly. F means on the fly you're using to view the live. So you can use tail -- help. I can use like -f follow, or you can say on the fly output append data to the file grows as it see. You can give output to the terminal. Okay, that is what you call as follow. Okay. Now we will see that redirection. I've already shown you redirection, but still I'm going to show you some more. Okay. Now there are situations like, for example, where you want to catch something, where you want to view something, and you want to filter it, right? You want to filter it, and then you want to maybe redirect it to a file, or you want to just see, there are 2 things. Either you can copy the file, but you are interested only in the contents. For example, I can see var log secure, right? And I want to see only this IP address. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to do this. Okay, let me show you the redirection first, then we will do it. Simple redirection I have shown you. Echo hello Linux and to file1. Simple redirection. I have redirected hello Linux to a file called file1. Now I'm going to do hello Unix. Now what I'm seeing that my hello Linux is gone. Correct? Where it has gone? It has overwritten it. Correct? So this may not be something which I need or which I am expecting always. Like what happens is that you want to write something at the end of the file, but you overwritten it. So your big file could be gone. It's not mandatory. I mean, it's not needed. This was not something which I was expecting. Right? You want to have something which need to be appended. For that, what you call is something called is like double greater than. Okay, double greater, that means whatever is there in the file, okay, even if it is the file is not there, the file will be created. And then if you are using a double greater than, what will happen is that if there is any content in that file, the contents will be preserved. Okay, content will be preserved and the new line will be added to the bottom of that line. See this? Hello Unix was already there and hello Linux is being added to it. It will not add to the after the Unix hello Unix, but it will do a new line. It will always add a new line to this. Clear on this? This is appending. So always be very careful with single arrow. It is very dangerous. Why? Because you will be erasing the contents of the file. Clear? And then you will paste whatever is there. So if you are working with system files and all those things and your contents is gone, then you will have a tough time. Okay, so it is very important that whenever you use slash greater than, not slash, sorry, greater than command, you should think twice that what is there in that file. It's always a good idea that whenever you are appending something, okay, see, if it is a new file, there's no problem. But if there is something file which, if you're going to say, if you're going to work with a file, it's always a good idea to create a backup of the file before you are editing it, either appending or editing, whatever it is. So how do we create a backup of the file? That means you can copy it. So copy, for copying, you have a command called cp command. Okay, you can use the -- help command to see the copy command, but there are many switches. You don't need it. Just the cp command is good. Okay, cp is good. If you want to preserve the permission, you can use -p, but that's okay. If you want to copy the directory, you can use -r. Okay, -r. So just now we are just really copying the file. So use -copy file and just give file1 or whatever file name you want. Okay, you can give just whatever name you want. So for just identification, I'm going to give file1.back. Okay, I told you that in Linux, extension is not mandatory. It is just for our identification we are giving extension. Linux do not identify the files with extension. It's for only human readable formatty, we can use this thing. Okay, so I have taken a backup of this thing. Now, even if I accidentally make changes to this file, you always have the what? Privilege of copying this file back to this file. So if, for example, I was supposed to write something to this file, but I wrote something else and I accidentally overwritten this file. So now what I did is that, oh, I have overwritten. How do I send it back? I know that, okay, I have a file called backup. Okay, let me see. Good. So what I do is that cp file1.back, right, to file1. Good. They say that overwrite it. Yes, I want to overwrite because it's good. So now file1. So now you are safe. So you got the advantage of taking a backup of the file. So specifically, whenever you are writing, or specifically in your initial days of a career or when you are learning it, so it's always a good idea that whenever you are editing a configuration file, okay, at least in the beginning stage you will not, but keep in mind, whenever you're editing a configuration file, as simple as it could be, make it a practice to back up the file first. Okay, back up the file, place in a safe location, your home directory, wherever you want, and then you edit the file, so that even if you mess up with the file, correct, you always know that you have a backup, and then you can revert and you can overwrite it. Clear? So this is what. So normally while taking a backup, so you normally use a cp-p command. Okay, cp-p command. Why? Because I'll tell you why. Okay, why? Because there's something called permission, which we will learn later. So there are possibilities that some files will be having some permission because you don't know what permission it is, right? So it's always better that you use cp-p command. If it is a directory, you can use -r. So same command will work using the -r. So if you want to copy a directory recursively, for example, I've got a directory called mkdir test. Okay, and I got something like acv so and so. Okay, and if I want to copy it, so I can use cp-rp. Okay, test, and I'm going to test.back. What I'll do is that I'll copy entire the contents of this thing along with the permission. Right now the permission is same, you don't have a problem, but there are situations where the permission could be different. So -r test .back. You see, all the contents are there with whatever permission recursively, everything will be stored there. Okay, so this is basically redirection, very, very important. So now I want to redirect something like etc redirect-release. This file is there. I want to redirect it. How you redirect it? I want to redirect it this. Okay, I want to redirect it to a file called in temp. Although I'm in temp, but I'm giving an absolute path just for the safety reasons. I will say release. Okay, so I can see there is a release file. So if I open this file, cat release, this file is there, or cat temp, same file only, right? Either I'm giving absolute path or relative path, right? So this is how you identify. So now let's talk on to this var log. I want to see something. My manager has asked me that, hey, look into look into something called a failed. Okay, look into a keyword called failed, and then get that contents and redirect it to file. So what I'll do is that I'll do cat etc. Sorry, not etc. var log secure. Okay, and then there is something called as GRUB. GRUB means filter. And what I'm going to filter, whenever you're doing filter, specifically when you're using GRUB, you either use you have to use single quotes, okay, or double quotes, okay, but you have to use the quotes specifically when there are two strings. One string, it is okay, even if you use, not a problem, but there are two strings, like for example failed from something is there, then it is very important, otherwise to throw error. Then what you do is that you have to redirect. I'm saying that redirect it to maybe a file called secure field, something just for namesake. So now I'm going to put like /temp secure field. So you can see I got 3 failed password from root from. So it has filtered only the what? It has filtered only the failed contents. Correct. Now, if for example I want to append this, so what I'm going to do is that I want to append it, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to append something. So I'm going to add one more line here, right? One more this thing, and instead of failed, I'm going to put IP address, right? So it will append it. So now what I'm going to do is that when I'm going to see is that, so it will now what it will do, already the contents of what was there, it is there. Now it will also append the IP address. Whichever line the IP address comes in, all those lines it will capture, like accepted password, it is good. Authentication, there is wherever this IP address is coming from, it will capture all those things, including these 3 lines which were captured earlier. Why? Because now the IP address is there, and it has appended, it has added, so it has not deleted it. So if you add a single arrow, it will overwrite the file. That is not something which I want, right? So it will add up a new line, and it will bring it up here. So this is how you do appending or redirection. Okay, very important. Specifically, there are something like, for example, there is a file called /etc fstab. Okay, this is a very important file. This is a system file which will show you the information about your system configurations and all those things. So if you want to just append it, either you can copy it, or what you can do is that just append it to a file called fstab _ copy. Okay, just a simple file, whatever you want, _ dot or hyphen, anything you can put. Okay, I normally have a habit of putting underscore, that's fine. So here it's a new file, that's fine. So I just put up cp and temp, and whatever was the original file, the same contents I will get it. If you want to just extract it, if you want to put it something GRUB thing, you can either use pipe GRUB and say you want to type only swap. Okay, so I can only extract this swap. So I can put this, only swap line will be pasted there. Clear? Any questions?
No.
Okay. So we have created directory, we have created file, we have deleted file, those things we have done on. Now I'll show you to shut down on reboot also, and that will, I think we'll look after post lunch. So now it is 1 o'clock. We'll be meeting by, I should be back online by 1:45 or something like that. So if you have something like previously someone was asking question about like downloads and all those things. So if you have a question regarding that, so we can complete just 15 minutes prior to that. Otherwise, we can sit once our session finishes by 5:30. If you have time, you can sit, and I can also show you installation if you have some issues with the installation. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so be ready with your questions who have the thing. So we will be back. I will be back by 1:45 mostly, but we will start our sessions by 2 o'clock so that people who are already done, they have some time for the lunch. Otherwise, we can meet at 1:45. So if you have questions, so please share the contents of PPT. Yes, of course, I will share the contents once the class is over. Okay. Once our 3 sessions are over, I will share the contents. But for the today's sessions end, I will share the commands and all those things. I will possibly share it to Lakshmi, and Lakshmi will share it to you with all the contents and the commands what we have learned today, so that you can practice at your home at your will. Okay. So let's meet at 1:45, 2 o'clock. 1:45, I should be here. 2 o'clock, we'll start the session. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Have a good lunch. So if you have any questions, please to ask me.
Hello,
Yeah, tell me. Hello.
sir. While installing, I'm having some problems, sir.
Okay, what problem do you have?
Sir, in the virtual box, while updating the settings, the OK is not enabling. It is indicating invalid settings detected.
Sorry, can you speak a little louder, please?
In the virtual box, sir, the OK is not enabled. It is showing that invalid settings detected. I can't click OK after finishing the settings.
Okay, no problem. Okay, just wait like that. After the session, I think maybe last half an hour or something like that, I will try to show up the installation. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So you can just follow it. So possibly it is just because of the mouse or something like that. Otherwise, it should be okay. I will tell you how to do that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else who have any problems? Hey, is it possible that you can you share your screen now? Jayaprada?
Yes, sir. I will share the screen, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Just show me your that virtual box.
So here, in settings.
No, I can. What I can see right now is only your this Zoom screen. I want your whole screen to be shared.
Okay, sir.
Just minimize your desktop. Open up that what to say, virtual box. Yeah. Yes.
Sir, here
Okay.
I can't
So
enable OK, sir.
invalid
I
settings
have to
detected.
removing this.
Go to this general. Okay.
Sir, here
Change to that 32-bit to 64-bit.
Sir, there is no 64-bit, sir.
So, Rakel, Red Hat 64-bit is there, no? Come down.
No, sir.
Your system is a 32-bit system or 64-bit system?
64, sir.
Your desktop system is a 64-bit or 32-bit?
64.
Okay. Your system is a desktop. I mean, have you enabled the virtualization in your BIOS?
No, sir. I don't know how to do that.
Maybe what you need to do is that you need to go into your BIOS in your operating system, in your basic when you boot up your desktop or laptop, right? I don't know which hardware you have, because each of the hardware will have different settings. Okay. So what you need to do is that you need to reboot your system, and when you boot your system, you would get something like F1, F2 or something like that, where you can enter your BIOS. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So once you enter your BIOS, there you will have a feature to basically enable virtualization, VT, something called as VT or virtualization, something will be there. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So I cannot specifically tell you, because each of these hardware settings, depending upon the hardwares or the vendor that you have your laptop or your system, it could differ. Just go through BIOS tabs one by one. So you will get something called as virtualization enabled or disabled. If it is disabled, just enable it, and then you just reboot your system. Save it and reboot your system.
Okay, sir.
So it should be good. Just take up the settings again. Just have to see that with any other settings. Another thing is that I detect that your operating system is 32-bit. That should not cause any problem. Come to systems. Optical mouse fixed chipset enable. Okay. Come to processor and acceleration. Processor, the same thing. Systems, processor tab after motherboard. Yeah. PNX. Okay. That acceleration. Para virtualization default. Click that para virtualization. Change to legacy. It's okay. Change to that same thing. Default. Change to default. And can you click on this invalid settings detected icon? If do you see something over there?
No, sir.
You can't click on that icon, right? Hello icon. Yeah. So click on that. Okay, so the virtualization is enabled in the accelerator section of the system page, though it is not supported. It should be disabled in order to start the virtual hardware acceleration. Hardware virtual enable hardware acceleration. Okay. Select that this hardware virtualization, right? Just unclick this. Hardware top. Hardware virtualization that it is clicked there, right on top. Yeah, unselect that. Select that para virtualization interface and select that none. In the default, select that none. It's not coming up. Click on that invalid settings again. I just want to see that message again, what it's showing. Hardware which is enabled in the accelerator session on the system page, though it is not supported by the host. Disabled only. Okay, select on that para virtualization interface again. Is there an option to disable it or? Okay, just cancel it. Cancel. Can Cancel. Bottom line. Cancel. Yeah. Okay. Select one. Create one new this thing. VM. Just select rel 7. Yeah, 7 8 or something like that. Rel 7 is enough. Rel 7. Rel 7. Yeah. Okay. Then one minute. Hold on. I don't know. Come back. Read at the 32-bit instead of 32-bit. Select that it is 64-bit. Should be some 64-bit available.
No,
64-bit is not there.
yes, sir.
Okay, no problem. 30-bit, you can keep it 30-bit. Okay, select next. Okay. Next. 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 Okay, go to this settings. Come to systems. Acceleration. Processor. Disable this extended feature and select that. Go to acceleration. Disable that, enable, and select the default one. And select the default. Select the drop down. Yeah. Select legacy. Now just check out that in your BIOS if there is settings is there or not. Okay, then we'll look into it.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we are back, and so we have some few or the other things to look on. Are all back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before we go into that, let's look into the directory structure. So let me just, I think we'll wait for 2 more minutes for people to join. I think a few more people are yet to come. speak. Okay, let's start. So you should be familiarized with the directory structure of Linux. Okay, so this is important. Why? Because you need to know that what all files are placed where in the system. Okay, so some files are user level access files, means a user can access it. Some files are basically for system level user, that is or super user. And depending upon the privileges, these files or the binaries, or you call it as basically commands. What do you call it? Commands are nothing. These are basically files. Okay, files with some execute permission, which you can run. So based on your permission, like if it is a normal user or a what to say, privileged user, these files would be placed in particular directories, right? So based on that, we are basically going to look on what all these directory structures in Linux means. And some directories have got kernel files, booting files, some file directories has got configuration files, some has got runtime environment files, some has got libraries, right? Some has got log files. So this is what we are going to look into this. So this directory structure, more or less, in many of the operating system Linux, you will see more or less it will be same. Few here and there small changes would be there, but basically if you look deeper into it, it will be more or less the same. Okay, so don't just based on the directory structure, in the older releases, few directories might be missing. In the new releases, you would say there are a few more directories, but more or less it will be same, right? The first thing what I want to showcase is basically the boot directory. Okay, so if you look on /boot, so basically since I am referring boot because I am in the slash, so if I want to give an absolute path, I will be using what? /boot. Okay, so you can see that boot directory is where your boot files are located. You will see something called as kernel. This is our main kernel file. Okay, this basically this one. So vmlinux-3.10. This is our kernel file. This is the file without which you cannot boot your system. This is the kernel. This is the core of the operating system. So when you boot the system, you basically boot your system, basically boot from this kernel file. Okay. Along with that, there are a couple of other files also, but basically one of the important file is basically your init.ramfs. You will see that there are multiple init.ramfs along with the kernel also, but basically these are some rescue for some troubleshooting purpose. You have to look in something like vmlinux-3.10. Basically, this will be a kernel version. So if you look on -r, you will see that this is the kernel version, right? So this version and this version, you will see this is the same. So by looking at like, so in a system where there are multiple kernel installed, right? So you will see that what is the latest kernel which you will see -r, that is the kernel which the system will be using for booting your system. So this is what it happens here. And then basically you have something called as init.ramfs corresponding to this version. You will have another version called init.ramfs. So init.ramfs file is nothing. And basically it is a compressed image file. Okay, compressed image file which has got what to say, drivers and all those things which is necessary to boot, which is necessary during the boot. So for example, you might need access to some devices or storage or anything like that. So the uncompressed initram file will be providing those details. Okay, so the VM Linux is the kernel, and initram is a compressed image file which basically contains the drivers, all those things in the system, which is basically required during the boot time. Okay, so then you have something called as GRUB2 directory. So if you look at the GRUB2 directory, you will see there are a lot of other files, but mainly which is of our interest is basically the grub.cfg file. Okay, so this is the file which basically tells you about the configuration of the system. Like it says that do not edit this file. Basically this file is generated automatically by the command. It is written, it is automatically generated by grub2 mkconfig. When you run this command, basically it looks into the etc grub.d dating and settings from the default grub, and whatever is written here, based on that this file is being generated. In older system, this file you could have basically you had the option to edit this file manually. Okay. Right now also you can edit it, but system has got some other mechanism to generate it. Okay, so that's the reason it says that do not edit this file. So here basically our main point is basically one is this menu entry. What you see, menu entry is something when you boot the system, you will see something like that in your system to start, which you select. By default it will be this thing which will help you to basically boot the system. Okay, and there is some parameter, I'm just looking into it. Let me tell you. Okay, so this basically tells you, you can see that this is the menu entry line which basically starts us and saying that this is the kernel. And how do you know that which kernel to boot it? So if you look at this line, okay, Linux 16, right? So this is the entry which tells the system that where to boot from, what to look for. So it says that /VM Linux. Why it is /VM Linux? Is it located on slash? No. Why it is showing a slash? Because the system will change its root as /boot during the boot time. Okay. So when you say /boot, so the system will consider that as the boot partition or the root partition, and inside that it will look for VM Linux. So we have seen that this file is there, VM Linux, and it will load that file. Okay. And then it says that the root directory, your root directory is basically Dave map or rel server _ role. We will look into it later. This is nothing. This is basically your disk where your OS is basically installed, right? And then the rest of the things are basically the parameters. And then finally, your initramfs or initrd, which you call as the 16. And that is where your initramf is located. We have seen this file also. So this file is also located in /boot. Why it is stored as /? Because during the boot time, your root will be changed to /boot. And then now the rest all the things will be considered as that root. So that is the reason initramfs is there. So this is the entry which helps you to identify that what system is basically booted into. Clear? So this is something which you want to understand. Maybe you will not come to this at a daily point of view, day-to-day point of view, specifically in your work location, but it is good to understand how the system boots up. Okay. And rest all are basically some checks and all those things, some parameters which need to be loaded up, not a cause of concern right now. So what I want to tell is that basically your /boot contains the files and directories and configuration files necessary to boot your system. So someone has that, how important the boot directory. So if someone deletes the boot directory, you know what is the consequences, right? You delete the boot directory, your system will not be booted. You cannot boot the system. So as a root user, you cannot delete the boot directory. There's no problem. You will not even get an error because these files are offline files, correct? But Once you reboot the system, you cannot access anything. You cannot bring the system back because your boot is deleted, your kernel is gone, everything is gone. Now you just have to reinstall the OS. So that's why boot directory is very important, right? So now comes the dev directory. I will look into the bin and all those things later. I'm just telling you from the organizer point of view so that you understand. I told you that everything in Linux is considered as file, right? So even your hard disk, your partition, your mouse, your keyboard, whatever is connected to your system, right? Everything is considered as file. So if you look on /ls-l and /dev, you will see a file associated with all. You will see that a file of different colors, right? Blue, yellow color is there, some purple color is there, right? Of course, light blue and dark blue is there, which is of course the directory. So there are some files. Okay, these files are basically block files, character files, right, and socket files, right? These are different type of files. So basically, you can see that like your hard disk is basically a block device file, okay, which is basically called as SDA 1, 2, right? So we'll look into this. So these are different type of files which are basically located in the system. So everything in Linux is considered as a file. Even a partition is also considered as a file. Hard disk partition is considered as a file. So this is where the system device files are located. So that is why it is called as dev. Now I got something known as etc. Okay. So etc is nothing, /etc is basically system configuration files. So your system level configuration, for example, you have a service called Apache service, web server, you got some database service, right? So anything which is there by default installed as part of Red Hat. So its configuration are basically located under /etc directly or inside some directories inside /etc, but it will be under etc. So that is what. So many of the configuration files or directories inside that, you will see files ending with .conf, C-O-N-F. Okay. You will also have some sort of key files and all those things to access to this. Okay. Or you will have some direct file along with it. Some many directories and all those things will be there. Many of the file will be ending with .conf in most of the cases. Or you will have /etc host name, right? So that's also configuration, but not necessary that every configuration file ending with .conf or .cfg, right? But many of the configuration file would be ending with .conf. So your password related files, your configuration file, your secret password shadow file, those everything will be in /etc. So anything which is related to configuration will be stored in /etc. Clear? Now you have something called a /home. /home is something like your home, right? You after your office, so now everyone is sitting at home. But imagine that you want to go to office. Once you come to office, everyone lands up in your home at one point of the other time, like end of the day. So you're at home. So similarly, when a user logs into the system, he lands up in this one particular directory, which is called his home directory. As a root user, when I log into the system, I land up in a directory called /rot, right? For normal users, his home directory will be /home. Right now, you see there is nothing here because I don't have any user in the system. So root user is a specific user, as I told, because he is a super user. He is the head of the OS inside this. So his directory is something different. So that's why his directory is under /root directly, ROT. Otherwise, all users' home directory will be under /home. So if you have a user called Liju, so his home directory will be /home/Liju. Okay. So if he has a user called user1, his home directory will be /home/user1. So that will be his home directory. He can come out of his directory, but he cannot view or access other users' home directory. Okay. So /home is an important directory. Basically, it is for users' home directory. We look into these stuff. Media is media and MNT. Media is like, for example, as the name suggests, you put a hard disk or you put a CD drive or DVD drive, anything like that in your DVD-ROM drive, anything. So what you will end up is that your device will be your media, that CD or DVD will be accessible under /media. Right now, you will see that key, you won't find anything under media because there is nothing there. Okay, I don't have any CD or anything attached to this thing. So if you have a system with CD drive and you put the CD drive and you close the CD drive, automatically the contents will be available /media. So there's another directory called mnt. Mnt is nothing. It is again called mount point. That is mount. So Linux or Unix basically have a concept of mounting. Okay, what do you understand by mounting? Okay, mounting is like for example, you have a clock. So what do? You place it in the wall. What do you call? You say that you are mounted the clock on the wall. Correct? So mounting means you are placing it. You are attaching it. Correct? You are attaching on the wall with the help of a nail. You attach it to the wall. So that means the clock is now mounted on the wall and it stays there and you can view the time. So similarly, as I told that every device in the Linux is basically identifies file. So you attach a say hard disk, right? So if it has a file system, what you do is that you basically attach it. So any device which has a file system, right? Only those devices you can basically mount it. Any device which do not have a file system, you cannot mount it. So mount file system could be either Linux based or Windows based, whatever it is, but it should be recognized by the kernel. If it is recognized by the kernel, you can mount it. Mounting is nothing, it is attaching. So you have a hard disk with a file system in it. Linux has got its own file system. So if the system detects the file system, what you can do is that you can attach that hard disk, right, or the partition to a directory. You basically attach, what you're saying is that you're saying that you can mount a file system, right? You're basically attaching a file system to a directory. So normally you attach these particular mounts into a directory called /mnt, correct? So if you can also attach a network share. For example, you have a share like Windows, you have a share, right, from other system. In Linux also you have got share in different form. You can have NFS share, right, network file system share. You can mount that share from one system to your system. So that also you can have it in mnt. Mnt is a general directory where you mainly use for mounting, but not mandatory. You can mount it anywhere you like, but as a general rule, you basically mount it under /mnt. Now you have something called OP. Once it is under mnt, you can go to the directory and you can access that file. Okay, whatever is that. So it could be a CD also. If you want to mount it under mnt, you can mount it. So now the other thing is basically OPT. OPT is basically, as the name suggests, it is optional file. So if you look for /OPT, you will see that there are either only one directory, but if you have more application, mainly OPT would be seen where you have got third-party applications. So what is third-party application? Third-party applications are like programs which are not shipped by your vendor. So vendor here in the sense it is Red Hat. So if it is not shipped by vendor, there could be some other application team, like for example, your organization have developed their own application, or it could be some different, like it could be Google, it could be some other company who has developed some application for your organization, and when you install it, those type of application basically goes into /OPT. It is just for keeping the OS and the third-party application separately. It is just a type of housekeeping. That's why OPT directory is provided. Okay, we'll come to proc. Now root, I have told you, since it is the root user's home directory, so root is the specific user, home directory for root is specific. It's nothing different about it. It's a home directory for user. And temp, as I told you, it's a special directory. That's why you can see that the temp you can see is a green color over here, right? So green temp means every user can every user can create a file inside that, right? Any user, you don't need a specific permission. Any user can create a file or directory inside them. But there is one condition. Like if I have created a file or directory, only I will be able to delete it. You can view it, you can copy it, there's no problem. But only I will be able to delete it. So similarly, if you have created a directory, I can view it. You don't have to give any specific permission for me. And because it is temp, you can view it. I can view it, but I cannot delete it. Only you can delete. So only the owner or the person who have created the directory or file, only he can delete it. But rest anyone can view it. But this is not the case when the file is in the home directory of a user, because unless and until you grant the permission, no one will be able to access it. But temp is not like that. Temp is a special directory created in the system. That's why it's in green color. That means anyone can view file, but person who is having the ownership, only he can delete or rename or make any changes to the directory file. Okay. So there is something called user, USR. User is a directory where basically user related programs, okay, are installed, right? User related programs. So user related program means could be library. It could be a binary file. Binary file means a file which are executable files. Executable file means which you can execute. For example, ls. It's an executable. That's why when I execute ls command, you see the output. Uname is an executable. It's a program. Uname is a program. So when you execute the uname program, what happens is that there is some command called uname which gets executed. How will you come to know that where the program is? You can use a which name command and you can see that the program is located in /user bin uname. You can do ls-l and you can see the file. Okay. So if you want to see what type of file it is, there's a command called file. You can execute the thing and you can see that there's a ELF executable 64-bit file. Okay, it's a dynamic linked library file, which uses basically, which is basically meant for GNU/Linux, and it uses a 2.6.32 kernel. Sorry, not kernel. It's a version of this particular command, and yeah, that is something which it gives you the information about, right? So the user directory basically have these type of information. So it could be an executable, it could be a documentation file, anything which a user can execute. It could be a normal user, it could be a super user. So those type of things are basically stored in user directory. Configuration files are not located in user. It's basically in etc. But yes, there are some configuration file which might be needed for some purpose, system level purpose. There also you can have. So those type of files are basically located in user etc. There's a directory called, inside the user, there's a directory called etc where you can have some configuration file, but it is more specific to some application rather than generic. So more of the generic level configuration files are located in /etc. So that's why you will have something called user. In user you have got user share, in user you have got temp, right? And that temp is basically linked to what temp. We'll talk about link. You have share, you have got sbin, you have got bin, right? You have got lib and you got lib64. Lib64 are nothing. These are basically libraries. I think you already know about libraries, which are shared programs. Like if it is a 32-bit program, you will have lib. You can have like /user lib. You will have a 32-bit programs. But if it is lib64, you have got 64-bit libraries. Okay, so that's how it is basically meant for. So /user. Okay, coming back to your slash, you'll see that /user have these components in it, right? So here you can see that. Okay, let's complete the var, and then we'll come back to the rest of the thing. So var is nothing, it's basically variable. Variable is, as the name suggests, that these are variables. I mean, the contents in it keeps on changing, right? So what things would be there? Basically, it could be log file. Some application starts, it creates a log file. Application exits, the log file goes. So it's a variable, it changes. And it could be log file, log file, right? So when a new application, we have seen var log, secure var log messages. Like these are log files which keeps on changing based on the programs that is running. When a system reboots or when a service starts or stops, when a user logs in, all these things will be logged. So these things are logged in under var directory. Var directory, some specific directory could be the logs will be stored in var log, correct? And if a system crashes, so it could log in var crash. Okay, you have got some mail, right? If a user is having a mail, by default system has got some mail configured, so that mails will be configured in /var spool mail. Okay, so var is basically a directory which has got variables. which keeps on changing, right? Anything which keeps on changing, you could find mostly those type of information in /var. Examples would be log, log log, and log file, and so and so. Okay. So coming back to our other directories, basically sbin. So you can see that there is something called arrow in some cases, right? So these arrows are basically nothing. Arrows are basically nothing. These are basically redirection. That means bin points to, like arrow means points to, or you can say shortcut. So bin points to basically user bin. What user bin? Basically it is /user bin. Why we are not using /bin? Because it's a relative path, right? It is under slash. So we are using we are using relative path, user bin. So we have seen that inside user, there is a bin directory, which basically has got user level binaries. Okay, normal user can execute these binaries. Those files are located in user bin. Okay. Okay, so there are other files called directory called user sbin. So user sbin where super user. Sbin means super. That is what sbin, super user binaries. So the commands those are executable, or commands those are executable by super user are located in /user sbin, right? So it's just a shortcut created in the / directory, because earlier, for compatible reason, if you look at the older version, RHEL 5, RHEL 6, and all those things, you will not find these things. Instead, you will directly find sbin directory here. So now they have moved this to keep up more of organized, housekeeping, that sbin and bin, they have moved to user. Yeah, there's nothing more specific. So just for compatibility reason, you can see bin and sbin here. Otherwise, there's no reason. So user bin, user sbin are the directories where your super user and the normal user binaries will be located there. Okay. And they are called libraries files, as I told. Libraries are shared programs, right? So 32-bit 64, that is also available in user lib and user lib 64. So similarly, instead of lib, they have put up a lib which points to user lib, and lib 64 which points to user lib 64. So it is just for backward compatibility they have put up, because in older releases or older versions of RHEL, they didn't use user lib and user lib 64. Instead, the programs were directly in the lib and 64-bit directory. So if an older program is running in the newer system, it should not fail. That is the reason they have put up these directories and all those things in this particular path. Otherwise, it is good. Run is nothing. It's basically runtime environment. See, when a program runs, there are a lot of variables or a lot of log files and all those things that is kept. So those will be basically kept in the run directory. Normally, you will see that this run directory sometimes would be empty, but whenever there's a program or something like run, you will see basically it is PID file, process ID files, right? Or any program which is run. So the files related to that in the runtime. Okay. So this runtime directories are, and these directories will are basically dynamic. Dynamic in the sense, these directories will only be having contents in it when the system is up and running, right? If the system is down, all the other directories, the other directories like root, run, etc, all those things in the hard disk, the files will be there, right? But in the run directory, SRV directory and sys directory, these are the three, and proc directory. Okay, proc, run, SRV, and sys. These are the directories. These are the directories which will not have any static files stored in it, right? The files in these directory will only be present when the system is up and running. Otherwise not. Even when the system is down, you can attach this hard disk to some other system. And if you go to this folder, boot, etc, home, user lib, you will find these files over there. But run, SRV, sys, proc, specifically dev also, you will not find anything over there. It will be blank. So these are the directories which are populated when you boot the system. When the system is up and running, the contents are populated. So these are dynamic. This means these are on the fly. The contents in these directories are populated when the system starts. So you can see like a SRV. Normally it will be blank, but basically it is some form of organized structure that you want to keep it there. So you can see something like proc. So proc will be having a lot of contents in it. So basically, many of these proc files or directories inside the proc are basically system related, or files like devices, like CPU info, right? So if you look on something like /proc CPU info, you will see information about processing. So you can see that I have got a CPU, central processing unit, microprocessor, right? The processor 0, then what type of processor it is, Intel. I've got an Intel RTM i5 835U CPU, 1.70 gigahertz processor, right? So all the processor information, what will be there? If your processor is supporting virtualization technology, then you will see that you have some flags enabled over it, right? You will be having something called what it is there. You will have the virtualization flag. Yeah, hypervisor is there, and HT enabled processor. So these are the features which basically, and VME. Okay, so these are the parameters which helps you identify that whether user is whether your processor is virtualization enabled or not, right? So if you are not a virtualization enabled, you cannot run virtualization and all those things. I mean, OS on top of the other OS in your system, right? So address sizes, 32-bit address, physical bit, and 48-bit virtual addressing size of the CPU. Right, so there are a lot of information related to CPU, which is basically available: the cache size, CPU megahertz, stepping, the model number of the CPU, right? The model name, CPU family, and vendor ID. A lot of these information are there. So similar to that, the proc has got live information, right? You can also have got /proc uptime. So when we use uptime, where it gets the information, it gets basically the information from here, proc uptime, which basically converts this value to basically the other format value which we were able to understand, which we are able to read, right? The other something called as proc meminfo. Meminfo is memory information. It will give you information about your system memory, right? Memory, total memory, memory free available, buffer, cache. A lot of subcomponents are there in memory. So all these details you will see over here. Many of these information may not be useful to you at this moment of time, but yes, these are useful to people who look more deeper into the system to analyze, troubleshoot, all those things. That time these informations are very useful. So proc is something which gives you a real-time information about your system. Okay, like cat proc version, it gives the information about your kernel, right? Your kernel, right? And all the other details linked to this kernel, just like your -a. So these type of information are being displayed here, more or less the same. You can also use cat proc statistic information about your system, right? More of a deeper inside our system, CPU and interrupts and all those things. This requires more of deeper understanding of Linux to understand it. Okay, so the objective of saying is that proc has got live details from the system. Okay, similar to this, there is another directory called sys. So sys and proc is more or less the same, but proc is been there in the Linux system from the very beginning. Okay, from the very beginning when it was started, mostly, I would say. Sys came into the picture more recently, I would say maybe 5 or 6 years back, the sys came into picture. So sys is more of an organized structure, right? Proc, you will say many things are not organized. You will see a lot of files and directories unorganized, everything is kept over there, correct? So, but sys is mainly a more organized structure. You will see the hyper related information here, kernel related information. If it is device related information, you can see that thing in the device. It could be a block device, it could be a character device, like. So for each of these information, you will have these information being presented over there. Okay, so just like in sys, you will have information related to kernel. In kernel, you will have information related to, say, boot parameter, right? So in boot parameter, like for example, your version, right? You can view specifically what things are there. So many of the data may not be directly useful to at this moment of time, but these are useful for people who really wants to dig more detailed information from the system. So sys is more of a organized proc, what I can say. Okay. So this is what you see here. we have seen boot, dev, etc, home, media, mnt, opt, proc, root, run, survey, sys, temp, user, var. Then under user, basically other file directory is called user bin, which is being pointed to bin directly, and then lib, which is pointing to user lib 64, which is pointing to user lib 64, and sbin, which is pointing to user sbin. So this is the directory structure of Linux. So whichever Linux you take, Debian, Ubuntu, Slash, RHEL, Mandrake, Axe Linux, any Linux you take, the directory structure more or less it will be the same. Maybe you might not find bin in some ways, but you will find it in user bin. Okay, you might not find the lib as a shortcut here. Instead, you will directly find lib there, or you will find user lib in the more recent kernel. If you are using a more recent kernel, so you will have the directory structure more or less like the same, but these shortcuts and all those things may not be there. This is provided by the vendor for backward compatibilities. Okay, so this is basically your directory structure of the Linux. Okay, anyone have any questions?
No, sir.
Yes. Okay, so now what we are going to do is that we are going to learn about input and output redirection. We have seen input output redirection. We have seen like basically you cat a file, you redirect that output to some location. You have seen echo, right? So now we are looking into 3 file descriptors. File descriptors, I think most of the people you understand in your college days, you might have done some programming or something like that. So definitely file descriptors you will come to know about it, right? So here we are looking into basically 3 file descriptors, which is basically standard input, standard output, and standard error. Okay, standard input is basically what your standard input. How do you input? How do you provide the inputs, right? You provide the inputs to keyboard, right? Or your data, you type something and you that is basically your input. Output is what? You read a file, cat, that is an output. And where it is provided, the output is provided to your terminal, right? You could provide the output to your printer if your printer is connected. So that could be another output, right? So when you issue commands, some commands are successful, some commands are not successful. For example, I issue the command ll, you get the output. But when I issue the command ll, command not found, that means the system is not recognizing this as a command. So you are getting an error, right? You're getting an error saying that command not found. This is an error. So this is a error output that you are getting, right? So basically you can redirect these things based on the input, output, and error to file to different locations, right? So for example, when you are writing some automation or scripts and all those things, at a later point of time when you going further in your career, you might be learning more about scripting, automation. So that time the file descriptors plays a very important role. You need to know how to redirect your errors when there is an error coming up, right? You need to basically pass this error to some location and so on. So that is what we are going to learn here. So the 3 file descriptors are basically standard input, which is basically called as 0, standard output, which is basically called as 1, and standard error output, which is basically referred as 2, or as we call as stderr2, standard error. Standard output will be std out 1, and standard in will be stdin 0. Okay, so these are just the few commands which you can just use it. So standard redirect standard output to a file, which we have already seen, correct? So it's like this thing, like redirect file name or redirect one to a file name. So that means you redirect your output to this particular file. One means standard output, 0 means standard input, correct, and 2 means standard error. So second thing you can call append std output to a file. Append, that also we have seen. Echo double arrow. We've seen that what is the difference between single arrow and double arrow. Double arrow means when you have to add, when you have to append it, right? Append means you are putting up these details. Like for example, you don't want to empty a file, you don't want to overwrite it, but you want to add to a file. There you use the double arrow. So you can use combination of this. Like for example, standard output and standard error to a file name. So there is an output also, there is an error also, right? What is an example for that? Like for example, mkdir /temp mkdir test 1 test 2, right? So here the directory is created test1 test2, but it also creates an output error saying that test1 already exists. This is an error, correct? So there are some situations where you get an output also as well as you get the error also. So you might be only interested in getting the output, not the error, right? And you can eliminate that. You might be interested in getting the output but redirecting the error to a different file, right? So that is also possible. So those are the things what we are going to learn in this particular session. Okay, then it is also possible that so this like standard error, standard output, you just have to remember 3 things. 0 means input, 1 means standard output, and 2 means error. That means if you are going to redirect error, you have to use 2. You have to redirect out, you have to give 1. Input 0. Okay, so append standard out and standard error to a file. So we can use greater than file name to use, like for example this append, right? 2 append &1. So that means either you can this way or you can use it in this way, like file and 2 greater than, that is redirected to &1. Okay, we will show the demos that. Then take input from a file. You can input from a file using the less than symbol. This single greater than would be append to a file. Single less than would be a taking input. That means you are taking input from particular file. That you can do. That is also possible. Standard error to file name. Standard error means 2. So you are using 2 redirect to file name. So standard error, you are redirecting a file name is any file name that you want, which you want to place that error or output into instead of putting into the terminal. Standard output and standard error to a file name, right? Same thing, just like the above, but instead of error, you are using the output also. So that also you can use. So let's focus on some of the things so which helps you to identify. We have already seen this appending. Cat etc redirect-release, you append to some information, right? For example, let me just show you. There are multiple commands output. So, okay. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say /etc redirect-release, and I'm going to say that append it to a file called maybe I'm creating a new file. So either you can use single arrow or double arrow, not a problem. And I'm going to put it in /var temp, anywhere you can put. For comfortably, I'm using var temp. I'm using a system_info. Okay, so I have placed it here. So I'm going to do a cat and I see that this file is this. Good. So now second, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to see what is my kernel. So what I'm going to do is that -a. I'm going to put all my output. Okay, kernel, all the other stuff. And same way, I'm going to use a double arrow because it is mandatory, because I'm going to append it. So now I have this redirect-release. Now I've got my kernel here, all the later information, right? Now after that, I am going to have the information like, for example, hostname. So instead of just hostname, I can use something like hostnamectl. I want to use hostnamectl and redirect output. So again, I get all the other information. See, first thing, second command output, and now the third command output. Okay, and now I want to get the system IP information, so I can use something like hostname -i IP information. So I can add this IP information because this IP information is also added up. So similar to this, whatever information you want, you can basically add up. This is basically called as appending. Okay, that is what basically we seen in this particular first and the second two rows. Okay, so now we will see that redirect standard error to file in a Linux. Like for example, let's say standard error. Okay, so standard error could be, okay, for that I need to show you, I need to log in as a normal user. Or okay, so this is basically an error, right? I'm going to ls-l/root apple. There is no such file. Okay, I know that there is no such file in /root, right? There's no such file as apple, right? So it gives me an error. So what I need to do is that I need to redirect this error to a particular file. So what I'm going to do is that ls-l, just the previous command, right? I get an error. I want to redirect this. So ls-l, this thing. So what I'm going to do, redirect error means what? Error means 2, correct? There's 2. So I'm going to redirect. I'm saying that 2 means error. I'm going to redirect it to, maybe I put in temp error. Okay, I'm going to create a file called error. So you see that you don't get any output, right? Because you don't have any output to display. But where does this error gone? Right. So we look at temp error. So you can see that the error has been placed in this particular file. So this is what we wanted, right? Where there is some error, you redirect that error to that particular directory. Okay. Okay, so you see this. Okay, so you see this output. So here what you can see is that I have created another file called maybe apple1, right? And I'm going to display, say that ls-l and apple star, correct, and get the output. So I'm getting the output, but I don't have, there is no errors output there. But since it already had this particular error, maybe we will see that if the error is there or not. So there is nothing, there is no error, because there is no error out there, right? Because what I'm doing to say is that I'm saying that key display /root apple star. So it doesn't bother that whether apple is present or not, but it just looks for whatever is present. So it sees that apple1 is present. It just gives me the output, correct? So if you see, it gives me the output. But what happens if I delete this apple1 directory and then I do this ls-l apple to star, then definitely I don't get any output because I don't have any output for apple. But what I'm going to see in /temp is that I get an output for error saying that no such file or directory, but I don't get it here. Why? Because I have told that whatever error is there, you please forward it to /temp directory, because these are the situations sometimes I don't want to see the error displayed in the terminal. Instead, I want to redirect these errors to some other file. Okay, sometimes what happens is that file, the warning message, the error message could be an annoying message. I know that this error is going to come in, but I just want to get rid of it, right? I just don't want to display in the screen. So this could be a safe method. to do it. But sometimes what happens, you need to specifically analyze this error for some time users. Maybe you need to collect these errors and pass it to a senior administrator or a vendor for further analyzing. So there also you can use these methods to capture it. Okay. So you can also redirect the error and file output to the same file. Okay, for example, you want to redirect the output as well as the error output to the same file. So in normal case, you may not be able to do in this case because I'm logged into the single user and root user. So whatever is there, root user can see it. Okay, so you will not be able to find it, but I will show you how you can basically use that. So I'm just copy pasting this command for your comfortness to show that how it works basically. So here you can see that there is a file which I've created called error file log, right? You can do ls-l root, right? And I'm saying that redirect it to error file log and basically to redirect to ampersand. That means error and in error and output. One means what? One means output. Two means error output. Zero means input. So if I look at error file log, you will see that you will only find the logs. You will only find the output. Output of what? ls-l. See, that is what you see, right? So there are some cases where you will find error also, you will find output also. So in that cases, you want to file redirect both errors and the output instead of showing in the terminal. There you can use something like this. That means first thing what you have to use, you can use the command or whatever you want, obviously the command output. Second thing you are going to tell us that where to redirect. I can use maybe /temp error, correct, error 1, and then I'm saying that redirect the error output. Okay, so I redirect output because this doesn't make any sense. Why? Because you have to say that error output and standard input. So both output you have to error output and standard output. Standard output is what? Standard output is the output of ls-l /root. This is the standard output. So if you go to /temp error 1, you will see the standard output. Since there is no error, if I do ls-l /root, there is no error. So that's why there is no error shown out there. Clear on this? Any questions?
Yes, sir. No question.
Okay. So please understand that this is very important. A normal situation day to day, you might not be using it, but specifically when you are moving higher in your career or when you sometimes you would need, basically this makes your life much easy. You might need to collect data, you might need to collect some errors, standard output, you have to redirect to file. This because instead of copy pasting and all those things, this is very helpful in situation, right? Specifically when you are writing automation scripts and all those things, this will be very useful. So please practice this, and that would help you much. Okay, and now you can install, like for example, I'm using like anaconda.cfg. There's a file called anaconda.cfg in this home folder, right? You can see this. I just creating a file. I'm just creating a file echo pc echo to test. Okay, I'm creating a file called test. So I can use test, this thing, or I can use this thing. Input. What? I can use test. Both gives the same output. So what happens that cat test means you're directly using that file to display the output, or you're using the less than simple to pass the contents of test to the cat command. Correct? Both command gives the same output. One, you're using that cat command to concatenate that file. Cat means concatenate. That is the cat is a short form of concatenate. So cat on that file will read that file and give the output. you can do the same thing in another way. That means you can basically redirect the contents of test to cat command, and that will read one by one and it will give me the output. So both does the same job. So the second method is to demonstrate to you the concept that I have explained here, right? What is that? The third one, take input from file name. Okay, so that's how we do the input output redirections. I have got exercises and all those things or commands directly for you. I will share it after this class so you can practice it in your systems. Okay, so there are some reference also, maybe we can do it later point of time. Let me see what all things are there. Yeah, any other questions or nothing that you guys want to ask me? Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. A few of the other commands which we have already learned, but just still I want to show to you is that temp CP we have seen copying a file, right? We want to copy files. For example, there is a file called error and to copy it. So you can use CP error to what? I have to copy the same location with different names. Same location, same file is not possible. Right? I have to copy like error_1, right? Sorry. CP. So you can see copy error_1. So these both contents are same, right? You know, the timestamp is different, but the content is different. So you can use error and error. You can see there is no such file directory. That is what there are inside the file, and inside one both contents are same, right? So if you want to see if two files are same, you can use a diff command. There is a command called diff. So diff error and error_1. So if there is a difference, it will show output. So for example, if we show error_1, it says that there's a difference. Error error is that first file that is on the left side, left arrow on the first and on the first file. You will see that ls, this is the contents, and error_1, right? This is the next file. Error_1 is another file, and that file has got what? 2 lines, right? These 2 lines are there. So that is different. So this is how you can see if there is a difference in the file or not. On the left arrow, it says that the first file. The right arrow shows that what are the contents in the second file or the last file. Clear? So RM uso, and again, if you want to rename a file, simple, just you do mv error. This error I want to rename is like error2. I want to rename it as error2. So this error has been renamed to, see, error2. Error file is not there. I have renamed error2. So error2 is there. Same contents. No change. Right? You can move. M command can be used to move also, to rename also. MV can be used to move a directory also. Right? MV test to test_1. Okay? Test_1. It has moved. You can move a file from one place to another, like error1, I'm moving to test1 directory. So error1 is not there, it is gone, error1. Where you can find error1? Error1 is now under the test1 directory. Correct? You can move the directory also. Test1 to test_1. See? LL, test_1. Test1 is there. Got it? So that's how you want to use this command. So like just like commands are like few commands which I just noted down so that I don't miss it what I want to teach you. Things like copy, move, delete. Delete we have already seen. Copy we have seen. Move directories and files. Right. So these are the things which you are seeing. Okay. Now let's getting information. Instead of that, we will see a concept called as softening and hardening. This is a very good concept. Okay, so anyway, I'm not going much into the theoretical portion because it adds a lot of stress. I will show you on a demonstration basis how this basically works out, and then we will go with the theory. So I'm going to delete all these files and directories unnecessary. I don't want this thing. So I've deleted all those things. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a file like echo Linux to file1. Okay. Acha, I not created it. Echo file1. So there's a file1, and I can see the contents of, and I can do mk directory dir1. So two things are there, and I'm going to cp file1 to directory1. I have copied it also. So there are both thing. The files will be there. Directory1 also directory. Inside directory1, file1 is there. I'm going to say that echo. I'm going to append, like, and what I'm going to append Linux and Unix. I'm going to append it. So I have appended. So if I do directory1, file1, Unix, Linux, and Unix, but I directly use file1, I only see Linux. So that's good. So for my just demonstration purpose, these two files are good. File and directory. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to teach you what is soft link. Soft link is basically, it's a shortcut. How do you create it? So you can use absolute path, relative path, both works. So shortcut is means ln minus s. S means you can use help also. Ln minus help. You can use help to see what all things are. There are a lot of options available, but many of the options are not normally recorded in our day-to-day life. What is normally needed is basically this small letter ln minus s, symbolic link. That is more than enough. Okay. Rest of the thing, you will, most of the time you will not come to us. In my 21 years of Linux career, I have never used any of the switches. Only minus s switches needed. Okay. So ln minus s. So first you see what all files are there. What I'm going to do is that I want to create a link to this file1. So you do file1 is equal to, you get this contents. Okay. Or I want to create a link inside the directory1 file, like directory1 file. Right. So what I'm going to do is that ln minus s. I'm going to say file1. Okay. And I'm going to test1. See this. I've created a shortcut called test1, which points to file1. Correct. So if I do test1, what I will get? I will get the contents of file1. See this? This is what file1 points to, right? So similarly, if I can make a shortcut to other file, ln minus s. So first thing what you have to do is that when you create this thing, ln minus n, is that what is the source? That is what you have to keep, for which you have to create the link. So I have to say directory1 file1. This is my source. Now I'm going to say that what is your shortcut name? I'm going to, shortcut name is test2. You can see test2 points to directory1 file1. So if I do test2, what I will get? I will get the contents of directory2 file2. Sorry, for directory2 file1. And that you have both the contents. See, this is what you get. So this is basically a shortcut. Creating a shortcut. This is very important. For example, ls-l/boot grub font. This is the directory, maybe fonts directory. Okay, instead of typing this long path, what I need to do is that I just create a link. So what I do is that ln minus s. What is the destination? This is the destination, and I will create fonts fonts. Right? So I can see fonts. So what I do is that instead of directly going to /boot grub2, I just put cd fonts. And what I do, I am in temp fonts. It shows me temp fonts, but where I am actually in /boot, right? The same file. Even though it shows me present work directory as /boot because I have gone through this fonts directory, but actually where I am in, which file I am accessing, I'm actually accessing the /boot grub2 fonts directory. You can see same file. Clear? So this is the advantage of soft link. There's another called something called as hard link also. For that, you need to understand a concept called inode. Okay. Now let's come back to directory called temp. and you do ls minus l. So ls minus l, I told you that there are some additional information that you get, right? But here I'm going to use another switch ls minus l I. So you are interested in the first output, first field. You got a field. This is called first field. This is called second field, third field, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Okay. So not eighth. Yeah. So these are different type of fields that is available. So here I am interested in the first field. The number which is shown in the first field is called the inode number. What is called inode number? Okay. So inode number means it is a unique number which is given by your operating system, okay, to the files which is created in the file system. Got it? So your operating system, basically it tries to identify the file by file name, but basically what it looks is that it looks into the inode file. It looks into the inode table. So when a file is created in the file system, an inode table is also created. Right. So what this inode table, it's just like your index in your book, right? What do you do with an, if you are a big book, what happens if you want to find something, you want to go through the index to see that key, which contents is in which file, which page, right? Similarly, the file system creates an indexing. So there it has got something called as inode table, which has got entries of which inode is in which location and so and so, right? So right now we have seen that there's a soft link. Now I'm going to teach you about hard link. Hard link, there is a command called ln, but there is no s minus s. Okay, only ln is enough. So I'm going to create, we have a file called file1. Okay, I'm going to create a file called h underscore h to just say that it is hard link. Okay, file1 to hard, any name you can give. Okay. So you can see the two files, file1 and file2. Sorry, file1 and file1 underscore hard, correct? So if I take cat file1, I get the output. Cat file1 underscore hard, both are having the same output, right? So that means it was the same file. And if I do test1, this also gives me the same output. That means all these files are same, right? And I do ls minus li. Now I see something different or something unusual. You see the files number, file1 underscore hard and test1. These all gives the same output, correct? Same output you can get. But you see that file1 and file1 underscore hard, these have the same number, 382. But test1 has got a different number. Got it? Test1 has got a different number. Now I'm going to show you some magic. I'm going to delete this file. Either I'm going to delete or rename it. Just delete it, file1, right? Now everything is gone, right? What do you see now? Everything is gone. Now I see ls minus li. Now you something different. You see that test1 has changed from blue to red, right? And it says that file1, it's not there. So let me see, I can see file1. It is there? No, file1 is not there. So now do you expect this output? File1 is not there, correct? But let me see. File1 underscore hard. I can see the output, correct? I can see the same contents. I have not copied it. I just created a link, right? I can see the output of the same contents, file1, whatever was in file1, same contents I can see, right? But do you see the output of test1? I don't see, because even though test1 file is there, but I don't see an output. So no such file or done, because test1 points to file1 and file1 is not there. So target is not there. For him, it is looking for file1 and file1 is not there. So that's why its color has changed to red, and it's called as broken link, or you call it as dangling link. Okay, dangling link, right? Basically, in general term, you call it as broken link. So broken links, you will see this red color. In older file system, you will see this thing to be blinking like this. You will see something like red, sometimes white, and all those things. It will blink like this. So now you won't see blinking, but you will see something in this color. Clear? So what I want to explain to you from this is that hard, if it is a hard link, you cannot identify, right? Soft link you can identify. You can see by the arrow and this, and one more thing is by this particular lines that we'll see during the permission explanation. But here you can't identify, right? Hard link you can't identify. These both are same files basically. In fact, this is the same file. How? Because it both points to the same inode number. It is just like it's pointing to the same location. Okay, this is the location where your file is actually written, where your actual file contents is actually present, right? But soft link, what happens is that the soft link you can easily identify by the arrow, up arrow, and by the forward arrow. Second is by the light blue color. Third is basically by looking at the string, which is basically the L. You will see L in the first character. Okay, in the, this is called a permission set. In the permission set, the first character is L. That means it is a link file. So these are the three different ways with which you can identify the soft link. And one more way is that the soft link, the inode number will be different. Hard link, the inode number of the files will be same. Okay, soft link, the inode numbers will be different. The file one inode number was different, and in the test one inode number is different, because it is ideally a different file. If a different file is created, but it is giving a pointer to the first file. So what happens that if the first file is deleted, your link is broken. You can delete, you can rename also, and since again the same problem. But hard link, there is no such problem, because hard link is not pointing to a file. Instead, it is pointing to the same location where the file is. So even if you delete the file, the contents of the location can be accessed by the another file, which is basically the same location. Clear on this? Any doubt on this concept? Because hard link and soft link is very important. Okay, in many of your, during your day-to-day life, you might need to create a hard link. You might need to navigate through the link to identify that key, how these things are working. And there are some limitations and all those things which we will see through the theoretical portion. So hard link and soft link, basically first thing you have to understand is that it's basically nothing. It's basically a working is based on the inodes. So inodes is nothing. It's just basically the actual data location. So here see that your drive or your hard disk from the slide. So that is where your inode is. So hard link basically points to the inode itself. Soft link in turn basically points to a file, and that file points to the inode. So what happens that in this slide, if I just remove the block in green, which is named as file, so what will happen? Soft link will broke, because you either rename the file to file one or delete the file, it is gone. But your hard link does not go, because your file and hard link points to the same inode number. So even if you delete the file, your hard link can access the same file, because it is pointing to the actual location rather than file. Okay, so hard link is a direct reference, but soft link is not a direct reference. That is a key takeaway. Now there are some things like directly hard link is a direct pointer to the original inode of the original file. If you compare the original file and the hard disk, there won't be any difference. We have seen that, right? The file contents is the same, the inode contents is the same, everything is the same. Only the file name is different. Okay, so even if you delete the original file, still the hard link will work. Soft link, what will happen? The original file is there, the soft link is created and created a reference to that file. So if the original file is deleted, the soft link is gone. So soft link is a file that has information to point to the another file or inode. That inode points to the data to the hard disk. So that means there is a mediator in between. So if the target is gone, the mediator doesn't know where to look for. So that's how it basically behaves. Hard links cannot cross one partition. For example, it cannot cross to another different partitions. Okay, from one partition you cannot create a hard link to another partition. Why? Can you tell me the reason why? Anyone? see what happens is that when a file system is created, each partition will have its own file system, even though the same file system, right? So each partition will have its own inode numbers and all those things, right? So there will be duplication of inodes and all those things. So that is the reason why the hard links do not cross partitions. Hard link is bound to only single partition. Hard links cannot be created to directories also. Hard links is only created for files. Soft link can cross boundaries because it's just a normal file. That means it can be created to another file system in another partition. It can be created to a directory or a file, no issues. Clear? So guys, tell me if you have any questions or if you understood it clearly. Any questions?
Actually, sir, I got confused because I have not any little bit practice, so I am not getting all these clear. But when I think I will do the practice, then I will.
Yeah, so you just need to
clear.
understand the core concept of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
hard
yeah,
link
yeah. I'm
and
getting
soft
all.
link. Yeah, hard link and soft link. What both these things are there? It is nothing. It is just a shortcut, right? First thing you have to understand that this is a shortcut. There is nothing. It's just like shortcut. You create a shortcut in Windows, right? Right click and create shortcut. Similar to this. Soft link is exactly same to shortcut in Windows. There is no change. But hard link in Linux is basically something little different. That means normally we don't use hard links in the system unless it is very important. Okay, but you need to understand the concept. What is hard link and soft link? Both basically works on the terms of inodes. Okay, here it is very simply explained. See, if you look on the original file is there. The original file, the data is located in the that brown color box. So original file points to that particular box, right? What soft link does is instead of pointing to the original file, that is the data on the disk, it points to the original file. So if the original file is gone, soft link will not know where to point. So that means it is broken. But in the case of hard link on the right hand side, you can see this diagram. What you will see is that original file also point to that location and the hard link also point to the same location. So even if the original file is deleted, the hard link can still access the data. So that is the reason why you get the same inode number in hard link, and in soft link you get different inode numbers. Okay. Okay, now we have some information. This information I cannot show you completely because many of this information are limited to the physical hardware. Okay, but still I can show you majority of the things to understand it. So if in your system, these are also non-destructive commands. Okay, you can log in as a normal user, root user, you can issue it, no problem. Okay, non-destructive commands. Hard links, you should be careful because when you create a link, it will unnecessarily create files and all those things, but it is not normally a very destructive command. So DMI decode is very important because see, imagine that you are working in an environment and you need to know physically, there are two types of servers, right? One is like now, you know, the cloud environment, everyone is talking about cloud, right? Google Cloud, Amazon, many clouds are there, right? So cloud means all are virtual machines. Virtual machine means that is running on some or the other platform, just like I am running my system on my operating system in Oracle virtual machine. So there is a virtualized platform, virtual environment. But there are situations where you can run the operating system directly on your hardware, just like you are running in your laptop. You are running, maybe you might be running Windows on your laptop, correct? So that means you are running your operating system directly on your hardware. Okay, so if you are running Linux operating system directly on your hardware, then you would get many of the details of the hardware. Okay, otherwise you would get details but limited because it is virtualized environment, right? So that's why the DMI decode command, which I'm going to show you, it will give you only a limited number of information, but you will get the details. So DMI decode is nothing, is basically a command to basically identify the hardware on a remote location. So imagine that your hardware, your server, okay, on which you are going to work on is located in somewhere in different country, right? Maybe in say US or UK or Germany, France, wherever it is located. Now it is not possible that just for your manager or someone wants to know that, hey, what is the amount of RAM in the system, or how much CPU is there in the system, what is the model of the system. You can't tell that, hey, you get me a flight ticket, I will go there and find it and come back. No, it's not possible, correct? And maybe another solution could be that you call someone in that France, Germany, or wherever the server is located. You ask them, hey, please log into this. You get in the server and get me the details. Not needed, because you have many other options to do that, right? So what you can do is that you can directly log into the system when the operating system installed. Of course, the operating system need to be installed. So that someone would be doing when initially the server is set up. So once it is done, what you can do is that you can log into the system and you can issue the command called dmi decode. Right? Dmi decode. -- help will give you a lot of options, what all things can be done. But normal case, -dmi decode command is more than enough. So dmi decode will give you in a normal, if it is a physical hardware, this output will be a very lengthy output. Okay, since it is a VM, you don't see that much amount of output. So dmi decode will give you the BIOS information basically what about BIOS it is. Now here it is vendor is like Inotech GNBH, like it is version is VirtualBox. Since there is VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox, release date is so and so, and then ROM size, what is the size of the ROM, correct? So these are some of the information which you can get. But in a real-time environment, you will get much more details about this BIOS. System information, who is the manufacturer. So this Inotech GNBH is the Inotech producer, product output, VirtualBox. So if it is a real-time environment, if you are using HP server, you will get the model number. For example, HP DL380 Gen 10 or 580 Gen 10, or if it could be a Dell server, right? Or it could be some other Lenovo box, right? Anything. You will get the detail, you will get the serial number, you will get the BIOS latent information. All those information you will get. Baseboard information, chassis information. So here you get the manufacturer because it is Oracle Corporation. Why? Because we are using an Oracle VirtualBox. Right? In a real-time hardware, you will get all those information. What is the manufacturer? If it is HP, Lenovo, or any hardware manufacturer. You will also get information about number of CPUs, like which slot the CPU is placed in, where your memory is located, right? So all those information can be driven by this particular output. Okay, so in order to have much more detailed information, like for example, you are interested in say only the BIOS, so you can use dmi decode -t BIOS you can use. So it will only give you the information about the BIOS. Okay, so that is something which you can do, or you can use something like T0 you can use. T0 is basically for BIOS only. Okay, T1 you can use to basically for the system information. T2 you can use basically for the baseboard information. So that way also you can use. But if you're looking for only one specific, so if I'm interested only in BIOS, why do I need to put all those things, right? So I'm saying T0. So I'm only interested in the BIOS information, right? In which I want to know who is the vendor, what is the version release, that's fine. If I want to know the maybe the baseboard information or baseboard information, I can use a dmi decode -t2. So it'll give me the baseboard information, motherboard information, right? The chipset, who is the manufacturer, what is the version, what is the BIOS version in it, and all those information it will get. So that is the information which is required for dmi decode. So dmi decode is basically is used by people who may be working on like things like decommissioning, right? Capacity planning and all those things. For example, you are working in an organization and your manager wants to know that, hey, check out that how many servers are there in the system which is running, say, HP DL380 Gen 10. Right? So what you do is that you log into the server, you look dmi decode -t 0 or -1 to see that key, what is the model number. So you see that, okay, this is the model number. Then he will ask that key, how many CPUs are there. So you can look into the dmi decode command to verify that key, how many CPUs are there or how many memories are there in the system, right? So based on that, he might decide that key whether we need to upgrade the memory or, I mean, is it possible to upgrade the memory? Because without just physically traveling to the location where the server is located, and going into and opening the rack and see that if there is slot available. That is not needed. You can sit here and you can verify that whether the slot is available or not. Free slot is available or not. Then you can suggest, yes, yeah, ideal situation could be, say someone says that my system is hanging, my system is very slow. So then investigation found that your system is running out of memory, right? You need to have more memory. So now you need to know that key, whether more memory can be implemented there or not. If you don't have the space in the server to put more memory, then what is the point in increasing memory? You can't increase the memory, right? So first thing you have to see is that whether you will be able to increase the memory or not. So for that, you need to check the slots. So those information we will get by using the DMI decode command. So by looking at the DMI decode command output, you can see that whether the free slots are available there or not. If there are free slot available, then you can say, yes, there are free slots available. You can add more 4 GB of RAM or 8 GB of RAM. Normally, these type of servers, physical servers will support huge amount of RAM, like 128 GB, 256 GB, 1 terabyte of GB, lot of RAM they will support. But when initially the system is deployed, maybe they will deploy only the needed amount of time RAM, because even though it's suppose 1 terabyte, but the manufacturer but the purchaser may not require that much, right? So he will say, because RAM is very costly, why do you want to put unnecessary RAM which you don't need? So that's why you put only basically minimum amount of RAM. So maybe I'll say my requirement is 128 GB. I'll put it that. Later, if I want, I can increase this to 256 or 512, correct? Otherwise, if it is not needed, it's just a waste of money, right? So that is the whole purpose of using this DMI decode, to get the details about the system, specifically hardware details. Okay. So there are many other informations also related to hardware, which you can find it, like for example, LS PCI. LS PCI will give you the PCI information, like what type of, here it is host bridge intercorporation PCM, that is the host bridge adapter, or it's basically a type of chipset, what you can call it as, available. ISA bridge basically used to identify what type of chipset is available in the system, which you can connect the ISA bridge, right? And ID device also device which we can connect the old type of hard disk and all those things. Then VGA controller, basically your video graphic array. Then Ethernet controller, intercorporation 82540 GM is the Ethernet controller. So this is the controller which gives you the Ethernet card. So there are different type of PCI devices. PCI means it's a type of hardware. Okay, then if you have seen inside the computer, you will see some slots, white color slots will be there, where you can add new cards to increase the functionality. If you don't have a PCI slot, if you need, say, for example, one network port you have, but you need one more network port, what do you need? You need to add a PCI card. So if you don't have a PCI slot, you cannot add. So you will get information about the PCI slots, like what are PCI slots are free, you will get from DMI decode. But what are components are attached to the PCI slot, you can get the output from PCI. Okay, LS PCI. So LS PCI is there. So similarly, LS HW hardware details, you will find LS HW. It will give a long detailed list of the information, like what all volumes and all those things. So these are mainly commonly hardware related info, and there is nothing much specifically they want to read, just all human readable format. You can look at like vendor information, what are these information, all those things things you can just view about it. Like for example, CPU information is there, like intercorporation, the ID device interfaces corporation. So all these hardware related information, different commands to view, and each command gives the output in a different format. Okay, so there is command called lsblk. Lsblk is a command which gives you information about the block device. As I told you that earlier, that everything in the Linux is basically identified as a file, right? So even a hard disk or a partition is also identified a file. So here I can know that my hard disk is basically called SDA, right? We will see that in later classes. So that has got two partitions here, basically SDA1 and SDA2. Okay, so these both are file. So how can I identify the file? I can use /db, where my device files are located. My device files are located in SDA. So SDA is a file. I can have SDA1. I can have SDA2. Okay, so these are files. So these are partitions, basically A1 and A2, and SDA is a hard disk, right? So LSBLK will give you information about what devices are there, how much is the size, like 8 GB is my hard disk size. And one partition I have got SDA1 with 1 GB and other partition has 7 GB, right? It is mounted on /boot and it is mounted on / and swap. So these are information what you see. Clear? So and these are basically some information that you get. And there's another command called lscpu. Lscpu will give you the CPU information, right? Same command you can use cat proc CPU info. The same command output you will get. Same thing. So there are different commands output to view the hardware details in a different form. If you want to see CPU information, lscpu, or you can use cat proc CPU information. Both you get the same thing. And there is ls USB command to see that what all USB things are attached. So normally in servers and all those things you don't need, but yes, cat proc CPU information or ls CPU information, very important. Okay, or you can use cat proc mem info, very important, memory information. So these are some things, at least from the memory information, first two things is very important. If this is in KB, you have to convert it in megabyte or gigabyte to do that. How do you do that? Divide by 1024, 1024. Okay, if you want to see memory, you can also use free command. Free minus m you can use to sit in memory, this much MB, or you can use G, so to get in G. D means 1. 1 means it is almost 2 GB, because you can see that 1.87. 1.87 means it's almost close to 2 GB. But when you see in gigabyte, you will show only the lowest value. So that's why it says that 1 GB is the memory. Actually, it is close to 2 GB. Because you can see from here, right? 1827. 1820 means like how much is 2 GB? 2 GB means 2048. So 2048 means it's like only 200, 300, something difference is there. So it means close to 2 GB is there. Okay. Okay, now what we have is that copy, delete, hard link, soft link we have created. Great. Okay. Okay. Now one important thing, what you are, okay. Have anyone used the text editor? Yes, I will share the documents. I told that once the class is completed, I will give the details to Lakshmi for today's class, and which will have all the commands and all those things. Though this particular slide will only have limited amount of commands. It's only for demonstration purpose. I will give you a cheat sheet which will have all the commands and all those things which you can practice. Okay, you can just copy paste it in your Linux thing, and you will get the results. Okay. So is anyone familiar with VI? I know that many of the people are not familiar with Linux, but in case if anyone has worked on VI or anything like that. VI editor? No? Okay, no worries. So see, VI editor or Vim editor, what you call Vim is nothing. Vim is a more recent version of VI, advanced version. So VI and Vim both are same only. Vim is more advanced version. Even I use Vim only. So, but yes, of course, you might not find Vim in all the production servers. Okay, because of many Vim requires a lot of other packages to be installed. It is more advanced with more functionality. So maybe in many production servers you might not have Vim installed. You will have only VI installed. Okay, so both are same. Ideally, for the normal users, there is no much difference in the command perspective. So, okay, let me grab some little water. Okay. So VI is an editor. There are a lot of editors, okay, like Emacs is there, Pico is there, Nano is there, a lot of editors are there. But commonly in many of the servers, many of the production servers, what you will have by default installation is the VI or the Vim editor. Okay. So there's a text editor, just like you use Notepad to edit or something like that. For example, there is a file called what file file underscore heart, right? So I open this file and you say that there is something is there. How can I edit? I want to edit this file, right? I want to change Linux to Unix, right? Or maybe Linux to Linux is a good operating system. How can I do that? One thing is that you can put echo, but that you can do with 1 line or 2 lines. But what happens is there is a big file and you have to edit some contents in it, right? So then it becomes a difficult task with echo and all those things. Echo is only to append the file, to put some new character line or something like that. It's a very limited functionality, but you need to have some editor to edit the file. So that is where when your Vim or the VI editor comes into picture. So you use Vim or VI and you give the file name which you want to edit, right? If there is no file, you can basically give the new file name. For example, new file. Okay, so it will open up. So by default, Vim works in 2 modes. One is insert mode and one is escape mode. Okay, or escape mode you call as command mode also. Insert mode means you can type in it. You can type, right? You want to type in it. If you want to type something, you have to be insert mode. So as soon as you open the file, you will say that new file is there. You can't type anything. In order to type anything, you want to press I button. Either you have to press the I button or you have to press the insert button in your laptop. Either one. Okay. Insert button you don't have to press once. You have to press only once. Okay. So once you have to press enter insert button or you have to press the I button. As soon as you press the I button, you will see that in the bottom of the line, you will see something called as insert. Insert, as soon as you insert, then you can start typing anything. You can use spacebar just as you type your notepad, same thing. Same way you can type. Same way. Now I've typed. Now how do you save it? So in order to save, you have to come to the command mode. Now you are in insert mode. When insert mode, you cannot save. You have to come to the command mode, or you call it as escape mode. So in order to do that, you just press the escape button. So insert is vanished. Now you are not in insert, but you are not in command mode also. So insert to get in the command mode, what you do is that once you press the escape button, you have to press the shift and the full colon. Shift full colon. So once you press shift full colon, you'll see on the bottom line, you will see the full colon over there. Then you have to write, you have to basically issue the W command. W means write. Now this is a command mode. Okay. So 2 modes. One is command mode, one is insert mode. Once you're in insert mode, you can type. Once you're in escape mode or command mode, you can give the commands. W is a command to write. Once you return W, just you press enter. So you can see that new file, new 17 lines, 174 characters written. So this file is written. Right. Now you want to type again you have to press the insert mode. If you want to change, you can use up arrow, right arrow, left arrow, down arrow to bring the cursor and make any changes. For example, here I'm going to change the DSF and I have to put something called as Apple. Right. FS2 Fig. Right. Here I'm going to say as orange. Right. Here I'm going to like kiwi. Right. Mango. So different components I have edited it. I'm going to apple. Lemon. Right. So different components I have edited it. Now I'm going to write. At the same time, after writing, I had saying that write and quit, write and save. So again, I have to issue the command. So what I do, I go to the escape mode. Just press the escape key on the top left hand side. Okay. So you just press the escape key and you are in escape mode. But you are not in command mode yet. So in order to come in command mode, you press shift full colon. And then you press write and quit. Write and quit means whatever you have written, it will be written and quit. Now you are coming out of the file. Now if you want to see, just give the new file name and you will see the contents. Whatever you have typed, whatever you have put up, everything is there. Clear? So this is how you edit a file. Simple. You don't have to. There are many more commands are there, but believe me, many of the things you don't need it. You need only maybe 3 or 4 commands for your normal day-to-day operations. Okay. Now I'm going to edit this file again. I'm going to use VI or Vim editor again. And now I'm going to do what is that? I'm going to press the enter button. I'm maybe I want to edit this like coconut. I've added it. Right. And now I am to say that, hey, I don't want that. So what I can do is that I can just quit it. So if I just quit it, escape, full colon, Q. If I quit, it says that no write since last change, add exclamation mark to override. That means the system says that I have written something, but you are not saving it. So either I can save if I want. If I don't want to save, what I do is that escape button, full colon, quit and exclamation mark as it suggested me. So quit and exclamation mark, I quit. I edit the file again. The coconut what I have written, it is gone because I have not saved it. Okay. So this is the two commands. One is insert mode, one is escape mode. Now one more thing is that, sorry, you can press the insert button or the insert key, I button or insert key in order to write. If you press the insert button again, the insert will be replaced, changed to replace. Now whatever you type, you just concentrate on this line. Whatever I type here, like the line will not be added. Instead, the line will be replaced. See, the line will be replaced. So replace is a dangerous thing, but you have to know what you're typing. You have to just change to replace to insert mode. Just press the insert key. Insert key is on the right hand side, almost on the top, beneath the left, depending upon your keyboard layout. Okay. So press the insert key again. Now it is insert. Now whatever you type, that will be given. Okay. Like for example, if here I want to put it, I put the insert key, I change to replaced, I put R. See, all the D is being replaced. Right. Now if I press I again, then if I put R, the D will not be replaced. It will add up. So that is the advantage of insert and replace mode. In replace mode is not very necessarily. You can always use delete to delete whatever things you want. But replace, I personally feel that replace sometimes is little dangerous. Okay, because sometimes you want to type and you unnecessarily delete something else. So you don't want that. So better you type it and you delete whatever you don't want it. So right. Now what I want to do is that I am going to show you a few tricks. Like for example, I want to copy. Like for example, I have to copy apple from here. Okay, apple from here, and I have to paste apple after this orange. Okay. Okay. So before that, let me show you that how to write some new lines. For example, imagine that you are writing something in the lemon. So after orange lemon, you can maybe type in other fruit's name, whatever it is. I want to write a new line. Only best thing is that you have to press enter. A new line is there. Okay. Other than that, if you are in a line, at the end of the line, you bring any end of the line or beginning of the line, whatever it is. If you want to write a new line, if you want to write a new line immediately after this line, you just press the Shift O. Sorry, not Shift O, just O. Just O means after the line, wherever your cursor is there, after your line, the new line will be formed up. You can start writing it. But imagine that you are in this orange line. I want to write something on top of this line, above this line. So for that, you just have to, anyway, you have to, whatever command you issue, you have to be in escape mode. Press escape mode, Shift caps lock row. Shift O means it becomes caps lock row. So Shift O. So your new line will be opened above the line where your cursor was. And there you can type whatever you want. Correct? So these are two other tricks. Other thing is that, like for example, I want to copy this apple, right? So how much? For example, I do maybe I want to replace this apple jack. Okay, if UI jack. So these are the two things which I have to copy. So what I do is that I come to the escape mode and I want to copy basically apple and jack. Okay, so what I do is that from where I have to copy, I will place the cursor there, like in apple. Okay, anywhere you can place, friend or end or whatever, but on that line where I have to copy. So from there, I press the escape key and I type 2YY. Okay, I type 2, numeric 2 and YY. Nothing will be typed here and you can't see anything. Okay, just 2 caps, this numeric 2 and then YY. So I can show you again. 2YY. Okay, I copied it. and then wherever you want to paste it, you bring it there. For example, I placed it after mango. I press the escape key and I put P. See, apple and jack, 2 lines are copied here. Simple. I have to paste it here. Again, I have to P. I have to paste it here. Again, I have to type P. So wherever it is, I can just keep on pasting it here. Okay, I can write. So it is saved. So for example, I want to delete these 4 lines. Either you can use press the insert key and you can delete it, but it's again a tedious process. For example, you have to delete 10 lines or 50 lines, right? How do you do that? So for that, again, you have to press the escape key. How much lines you have to delete? You have to come to the topmost line. From here, I have to delete, say, wherever. From Apple, you have to delete 1, 2, 3. These 3 lines I have to delete. 4 lines means this line is also included, even it is blank, but it is also considered as a line. So I want to delete 4 lines. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So what I do is that I bring to the first line from where I have to delete it. So say 4 lines I have to delete. So I will put, come into the escape mode, press 4, and then I will type DD. D. Okay, 2 times I have to type D. And then you've seen the 4 lines is gone. Again, from here, I have to type till, delete till here. So what is line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll put 6 DD. So 6 lines are gone. Okay. After that, write and quit. Write and quit. I did it, and all the lines files are gone. So these are basically the command mode and escape mode. So basically these are the only 2-3 commands which are normally needed to your day-to-day operations. I will also show you one more important thing, which is normally needed, but it could be risky at some point of time, but use it very carefully. Okay. For example, I have, okay, this is nothing important, but it is good basically. Okay, just pay attention. I want to search. Imagine that there's a big file. Okay, I want to search some character or some file. For example, I want to search Apple. See, how do you search it? Basically, what you do is that you press the, once you're in escape mode, you press the slash button. Once you press the slash button, you can see that at the bottom of the page, you will see the one slash is coming up, right? After slash, whatever you type, the system will search that. But imagine that only one character. Okay, one this thing, one word. So Apple is there. If you want to search Jack, J-A-C-K, Jack. So anything which starts with Jack or having Jack will be highlighted. F-R-U-I-T, fruit. Anything which has got fruit, it will be highlighted. Kiwi, highlighted. See, it bottom search because it finds only one file. Lemon. So search is important because imagine that you are a big file. Sometimes you will be opening a file which is very big file, right? I mean, say 1,000 lines, 100 lines, 9 lines. You can't go through all these lines one by one, right? So best thing is that you search for a keyword. Sometimes you know what to search for, but you don't know where the thing is there. So this is very handful, very, very useful. Okay. Now I'm going to show you one thing which is very important, but sometimes it is risky. Sometimes risky means depending upon how you use it. That is search and replace. Search and replace. That means you have to search something and replace. For example, I want to replace Apple, A-P-P-L-E. I have to replace Apple with some other fruit name. For example, so what I do is that I have to press the escape button, full colon. Then I have to press %S. Okay, %S. And then what you replace, what you want to replace. I want to replace Apple. I want to replace it with potato. And then I type potato and I press enter. So you can see that all the apple has been replaced by potato. Now imagine that you can say 3 substitution on 3 lines. Now it is still not returned to the file. Okay, it has only changed it. It is not still not, unless and until you write it, it will not change. If I don't write it, I just put escape Q and exclamation mark, it will come out. You open up, the apple is still there. So if you want to write it, what do you do? you have to replace it permanently. What you can do is escape full colon percentage s. S means source. What you have to change. Then what you want to replace for potato. Okay, and normally this would work, but normally we can also put G. G means globally. Whatever replacements are there, replace everything. So all the apple are changed to potato. Now you write and quit. Sorry, you write and quit, and it is saved. You put an open line, you find. See, all the apple has been changed to potato. So in a normal day-to-day operation, this is more than enough. Okay. One more thing I want to show you. Sometimes it will be a very big file. For example, let me open up file cp root anaconda. In Anaconda, I'm just copying it here. Okay, I'm going to open a file Anaconda. So this slide, see this obviously a file which could be a little bigger, but not that big. What I need to do is that I just want to say find something in which file. Okay, maybe your friend in phone says that hey, go to the line 53. I just want to don't count it 1 2 3 4 5 6, right. Or what if says that go to the line 500. 50 maybe you can count, but happens if I go to the line 500 line or go to the line 900. How do you do? So for that, in order to find the line number, there is something easy method called as go to escape mode, full column, set nu. Okay, no, sorry, set space nu. Okay, so set space nu means it's on the memory. It's not returned to the file. Okay, you go and quit, you open the file again, nothing is there. So set nu, escape, full colon, set space nu means set number. So here I can say that hey, go to the line number 50. You can just use scroll and you can use line number 50. Okay, and I'm saying that hey, please go and change the line number 50 from Anaconda to say Python. So you change it. Either you change it like this way, or best thing what you do is that if you want to replace, you say that okay, change from Anaconda to Python. Simple. Okay, and you write and quit. You open it again, and you see that you search for Anaconda or Anaconda. Sorry, Anaconda. It is not there, but you search for Python, it is there. Got it? So I'm going to review it again once more. Open a new file. Say file 1. I opened it. What you want to edit? Go to the insert mode. How to enter the insert mode? Either I can press the I button or you press the insert key. Okay, normally it will be adjacent to the delete button or on the laptop almost on the right hand side, depending on how your keyboard layout is. I can start writing it. Okay, I can start typing it. Okay, how are you doing? How is the class going? Right? Is Linux interesting to learn? Right? We are learning Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7. Got it? Write and quit. Save. You can open the file with any other thing to see it. You can edit the file. Right. I want to add something here. How is the class going? I'm saying that okay, there is one more thing which I want to show you. For example, you have made some mistake. For example, you have added something new. Okay, then you realize that, oh, I didn't want it. Okay, so you have written many files, but you have not saved it. Until and unless you have saved it, you can always use escape and U. U means whatever you have typed before, just before saving whatever you have typed, those things will be gone. But if you have saved it, you cannot do. Then you have to, no option. You have to manually go and delete it. Like for example, I have typed many lines I have typed, but I have not saved it. Okay, I have not saved it. Then I realize, oh, I didn't wanted this. There are a lot of changes I made, but I don't know what. So if maybe I have to go back to the state, I just use escape U. So whenever I told you, please follow the original method. If you're editing a configuration files or anything like that, please make up a backup copy of the file before editing. Okay, because if you make changes to the file and then you don't know what you have made, there is some problem, then it becomes very difficult. As always, specifically when you are editing a system configuration file or something, see, if you are some file, that is okay, that may not be that important. But if it is a system configuration file, system files, very important file, then it becomes a difficult task. So always make a copy of the file, edit it, ensure that it is working, and then maybe after a few days, if you want, you can delete the backup file or just be it on the line, right? There's no point. So you can always edit the file wherever you want to add the contents. We can put it up, right? Up arrow, down arrow, you can select it. You can use the shift O to write above the line. You can shift you can use the just O button to write after the line, right? And you can copy it, right? You can copy the contents, right? For example, I want to copy it, y paste, right? If you delete it, if you delete a single line, just come to the wherever you want to, which line you want to write, delete. You place the cursor anywhere on the line and just issue the dd command. That line is deleted. If you want to delete 3 lines, for example, 1, 2, 3, what you do is that bring the line 3 dd, delete, write and quit. If you don't want to write, just use quit, right? Q exclamation mark. So whatever is written, it is still there. Got it? Escape, set space and new will give you the line numbers. Okay, and you have to replace something. For example, I have to replace say 7, right? Say 7. So I have to replace 7 to 8. Red Hat Enterprise 8. So we are learning Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. Got it? So that's how you search and reply. I want to search something. Right. I can search it. At. Clear? So that's how you basically do this. Any questions on the VA editor? Okay. So see, VA editor is something which you want to practice. See, commands, at least you can read and do that. You can read the switch and all those things, right? But VA, every command also needs to be practiced. Linux is something which can only be mastered with practice. Without practice, you cannot do anything, right? Let me make it very clear. So you have to practice. So every day, what you have to do is that just spend some half an hour, 1 hour if possible, very good. Otherwise, just spend half an hour any time of the day, right? Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you get the time. Be in a fresh mind, open the thing, write some issues and learn. You don't need to learn all the commands in one go, okay? Depending upon how much you can digest, just spend only half an hour. But whatever you learn, read the documentations, right? I will also show you how to read the documentation. There are documentations available for all the commands, okay? Read the documentations, learn, use 1 command or 2 commands or 3 commands, right? Not more than that, or maybe 5 commands, depending upon your capacity. Learn that, use it, and understand what that command uses, right? You get an error, no problem. You try to understand what error you're getting, because Linux is something that which if you don't practice, right, which you don't practice, you will not be able to get anything. Correct. So it is very important that you practice. Without practice, you cannot learn Linux, and specifically the VA editor. Okay, because VA editor is something which over a period of time you will be editing a lot of files and all those things, probably depending upon your job role. So you would need to use VA editor, because many of the organizations do not use Emacs, Pico, Nano. Some are easy, but VA has got more functionality, and this is something which is globally installed in many of the operating systems. So be provisioned with VI. Try to understand the VI, how it works. Don't. That's why I have not taught you many of the things, because many of the things is not in. Even I told Anna during my last 21 years of career in Linux, I have not used many of the commands in VI. Apart from the commands what I have just shown you, I don't use anything else because I don't really need it. Okay, so these are the only few commands which you normally need it, you can basically just go ahead and practice this. Yes, of course, you need to practice this many times, because you, in order to become proficient in saying that, oh, when to say what command to do, sometimes initially at point you might feel little discomfortable in identifying which command you might need to refer. But 3 or 4 times you practice, it becomes an easy task. You can learn VI in just 1 or 2 hours, not more than that. Even you don't need that much amount of time, right? So practice. Okay. Now, so guys, do you have any questions for me? Any questions? No questions. Okay, cool. Okay, just before we go with the further commands, I just want to show you. I hope you guys are understanding, right? Whatever I'm teaching. Right? If you are not understanding anything, please do tell me so that I can clear your doubts. So before going with further commands, I just want to introduce yourself towards the man page, manual page. This is very important. Okay, and man page is your friend, right? So you don't, even if you are stuck in a system where you don't have a Google or something like that, you don't have an internet, you don't have to bother, because Linux helps you with the man page, right? So you can read the man page, you can find the switches, you can have examples of the commands what you're going to install, right? So that will help you to understand that what is there. Okay. Yes, I understand when you practice, the doubts will be there, but basically that's why I've told them your system should be ready. Ideally, these sessions are basically like 1 hour session and half an hour of practice and all those things. But since many of the users, you guys don't have the systems ready, that's why I have not given anything, because otherwise people who are not having the systems ready, they have to sit idle, right? So that's the reason why I'm taking theory anyway. This theory and showing more practicals into it. So anyway, this session is recorded. You can go through it. So if you have all the systems ready by tomorrow, so I will give you some time, maybe half an hour, 20 minutes to practice also during our session, so that you could use that and ask me questions if you have any. Okay. So man means manual page. So manual page, man of man. Man's, what is manual page? So man, an interface to the online referral manual, right? See, most of the commands, I would say literally every commands I can say, okay, they will have a man page associated with it. Man page will be written by some person whose name will be basically written on bottom of the page. Right? So it says like 31st update present day Colin Watson at this email address is now deploying a maintenance man DB. Okay, so he has mainly written this manual page database. So anything, for example, simply I'm going a man of say ls command. So ls, list directory contents, like synopsis. Synopsis means how it can be used. So file basically has got commands, basically I got some options, some list, something will be there. So you can say description, list information about files, current directory by default, sort entries alphabetically if none of the are not sources not specified. For example, ls minus l, if you want to see ls minus l, normally which I've seen, right? So ls minus l. So if you want to search, you can use search minus n. See, minus n. You can use minus n to see where it minus n actually comes in. See here, minus n. Long listing format. Long listing format means the file will be listed in long listing. See, ls minus n. ls minus n, long listing. right? So man ls. So you can also use ls minus a, all, right? A. Do not ignore entries starting with dot, right? See, that means do not enter. That means also show hidden files. Almost all. Do not list implied minus and minus minus. That means if you don't want the minus ls minus l, if I do ls minus la, it will display me dot and double dot. If you don't want, you can maybe use like caps letter A. So dot and double dot will not be displayed, but it will show me the output of other outputs like dot, hidden files and directories, except dot and double dot. Okay, so this is the advantage of man. Even though this can be used by the help command, but man gives you more descriptive information. It gives you more stories. It gives you more description about the thing. But if you do ls minus minus n, it will only give you a little bit of information about some switches, not much in detail. For example, hostname minus minus n, right? It will give you this much of information and along with some description and some other thing, right? So if you look for man page of hostname, right? For example, home man page. See, it's saying that host name, domain name. So there are a lot of other information that you can use with this hostname. So it gives a more descriptive method of what things are there and what are the authors, who are the authors. So these are the authors. If you want, if you think that something is wrong with this thing, you can always contact the author also, saying that I could find something or anything like that. Okay, specifically more of on a developer point of view. Okay, but yes, you could understand many of the information from the man page. Any command you take, mostly I would say I haven't come across any commands which don't have a man page. Basically, very few commands would be there basically which is which may not be maintained by properly, or those commands may not have a man page. Otherwise, almost all the commands would have a main page. Okay, so another command is basically history. Whatever you have typed in the keyboard in the session, it will be stored in the in a file called history information that we'll see, and you can list those information whatever you are seeing here, right? You can see all these commands which you have executed today. All this information will be here, right? See, like for example, man, who am I? Who am I? Print effective user ID. Since the print the user ID associated with the current effective user ID, same as ID minus given. So all this information will be given. So there is also a command called info also, but info, like for example, man info. Okay, info man. It will give you more information about this. And same thing, but info gives you more and more description about the thing. But many of the things where I feel that there is not much needed. Man and help would be more than sufficient for your need to help out. So please always try to understand what man is, man pages, and what man page does. Okay, it is very, very important. And because man page is your friend, always it will help you to understand what commands. Because many of the time it is possible that you may not be able to remember all the things, correct? Human, we might forget something. So always you can use help with a shortcuts. But if you want to descriptive, for example, there are some new commands. For example, there's a command called user add. You don't know what is that basically. Okay, you use the man command. You say that, okay, create a new user or update default user information. Okay, that means this command is used to create new users, right? So you can use different options. What are the files associated with this command? What are the files getting affected, right? And like this, all this information can be seen here. And if you want to see more information related to this, it also sees something like C also. That means what all commands could be associated with this, you would be interested in, right? So it also gives you information regarding to that. Man also has got a lot of other information. Mainly it will be when you do a man user or a man command, mainly it will be, you will see something called as 8 here. It means it's a user manual, right? So you can also have like something called as man one. Much of the case, because many other times it will be like development perspective. So it is not there. Some commands will have other information related to, for example, man. See, yeah, this you can get the information. See, 8 is system administration commands only for root. So any commands which is basically system administration perspective, those commands you will have a value of 8. Other commands like system calls or functions or something like that, executable programs or shell commands, maybe you can see as command, for example, man echo. Okay, so you see that 1. Why you see at 1? If you look on man, you can see that echo 1 means executable programs or shell, right? So if you look at man 8 on echo, you don't see any man page. So man 8 man page is not there. And man 8 man page is basically for system administrations. It has specifically said the system administration command, usually only for root. That means super user command, which are the commands which are located in user sbin location, like ls-l/user sbin. In this directory, many of the commands, whatever the commands are located here, all these commands are run by super user or root user. Commands which are located in /user bin, these are the commands which a normal user can execute. Okay, normal user as well as the root user. But whatever is present in user sbin, these commands can only be executed by the root user. Okay, or specific permission need to be given to the normal user to execute this thing. Okay, so what about man? If you want detail, you have to look on. If you want to look on more detailedly about a command, you should the man give the space command. Okay, and man space and the command name. It will give you much information about the, for example, mkdir, man mkdir. See, makes directories. Right, it gives you more information. It was written by whom? It was written by this guy called David. His maybe he had not has given his email address. Yeah. So normally they would have these informations. And other is like man mkdir2. So if you look at man2 mkdir, it will give you more information created from the programmer's manual, Linux programmer's manual, right? So not every command might have all this information. Like for example, programmer's manual say that okay, which for mkdir, which include statements need to be used. Like if you have gone through C at one or the other point of time, you could see what is the include statement mean, right? So this is how it basically written. Not every command will have this thing, right? So sometimes some man pages are provided, some man pages are not provided. But normally you will find man pages for one or the other purpose, for general system administration, or used to identify what that command basically gives you or what you can do with that command. Okay. So that is basically the man page and info page, and these all man page are normally located in the, like for example, /user share local. These are the location where these locations are logged. For example, not user share doc, sorry, user share doc. So in the user share doc, you will get information like, for example, user mode. Say user mode is a command. So you will send that information regarding to the user mode, you will find it out. And if you see more information regarding to, for example, Red Hat icon release, right? So you look for Red Hat icon release, you will see something about GPL version. So if you want to learn about GPL version, you can just look for this particular file. It gives you information about what is GPL, general public license. It's a very big file, but people who are on Linux, it's a good thing to at least go and read this GPL file at one point of time, because that will give you an understanding of like basically what it is. I'm just copy pasting it and putting in the chat in case people are interested. When your system is there, you can just go and watch this particular file. Okay, so and these are a few of the commands, and then few other commands are there basically. like there's something called locate. Locate is basically a command to basically identify the executable commands. For example, locate which you can execute. For example, I want to execute, for example, something called user add. Okay, user add, and I want to see where it is. I can use locate. So anything related to user add, whatever is there in the system, it will be shown, like user add, etc default user add, user has been default add, user has been default. Wherever user add is, you will find all the information related to user add. But any information which is specific to executable, user add is an executable command, because you will see that key, if I do which user add, you will find that you will this command will be in user has been directory. See, user has been directory /user/has been directory. You will see this particular command. There's an executable command. So which command will tell you where the executable, but this which command is not for normal file or something you can't find it. This is only for executable command. It's only for commands, for normal command or for other thing. For example, echo. Say echo is in user bin ls, user bin, or I will do ls. So ls, echo, all these things are basically in where bin, because a normal user you can use a normal, you can use as a normal user. But any command which is in sbin you cannot use, because you know that it is super user, only root can use it. Okay, so these are few of the commands which basically you can use to locate where the file or where the command is basically. Okay, so understand that which is command which is used to locate an executable thing, like mkdir. It's an executable because it's a command, right? You can't use which to find a file, right? For that there are different commands. We will learn about that file later. And of course, locate is a command to basically locate which all informations are available. But basically for locate, there is a separate database which runs in the background at one time, which basically collects those information, and in the background system does it automatically, so that whenever you type this locate command, you get this information regarding to these particular files or command or directory, whatever it is. Okay, so good. So we will have a break at 4:30, and then we'll meet at 4:45, and then we'll end up our session by 5:30. And I will show you people who are having a problem with installing Linux, and I can show them how to install Linux. Okay, so any questions you have? Okay, so we have okay, a few of the commands are there which I want to show you after the user management are created, because after that many of the things are associated with that. So we will be looking into that. Okay, one important thing what I want to show right now is that is basically the path command. Okay, this is very important. Okay, when you do, like for example, echo, when you basically do like echo $path. Okay, echo $path means whenever you type some command, for example, you type ls, right, or you type maybe any command mkdir. Okay, so whenever you type this command, the system should know basically where this command is located, correct? Otherwise you will not know, correct? So how it locates is that basically based on the path, your command is located either in one of these paths, right? User local has been, user local bin, user has been, user bin, or root bin, right? So this is the path basically with which the commands are lying there. Okay, for example, I'm saying that path is equal to /root. Okay, now I'm doing echo $path, and now it is path. Now I can do mkdir test. Okay, it says that command not found. Why command not found? Why? Because the command is, let me look on which mkdir. I said mkdir. It says that which mkdir in /root. That means system is not able to execute any command, right? Even which also they can't execute. Why? Because the path is being changed. The path is set to path root, right? So that is the reason why it is saying that mkdan/root. It is not able to identify, right? Mkdir is not there in root. Why it is checking for root? Because I have set the path to /root, right? So by default, where this path comes in, the path comes in when the system automatically boots up based on the configuration file of the user who is logged in, and that path is basically set. That is why these paths are set. Now let's try to set the path again to path is equal to, I'm going to set the path as this, right? Let's see that if it takes. Yes, of course it takes. And now I'm trying to do that echo $path. Now I can see the path is set, and there's a path is set. Now I can use which mkdir. Now it points me that, okay, the path is this. And I'm trying to do mkdir test, and it creates a test. That means path is very important. Okay. Whichever command you are running, if you say that command not found or anything like command, then like this, like command not found. So I know that mkdir, I have run the same command here, but that time it was working, not working, that now it is working. Why it is working? Because that time the path was not in his, the where to search for this command, where to look for this command, it is not specified in his path, right? So path is very important. You need to understand the concept of path. So whenever you look in, when you went to something, there could be possible in some situation. I've faced this situation many times, where some upgrade happens, or someone creates some nasty stuff, or some problem happens, and then say that whenever I issue some commands, I get a command not found and all those things. So first thing what you have to do is that you have to do echo $path. So you have to see that this, at least these two things will be there. User has been, user bin. These two things should be there. Okay, user local has been, user local bin is good, but minimum of these two contents should be there. If these two contents are there, then path should be available. Then the content should be available. Second thing you have to do is that whether the command what you're looking is basically available in that path or not. How do you have to check that? First thing, if you say that mkdir is showing command not found, what you have to do is that which mkdir. It says that okay, mkdir is this, and then you have to do ls -l mkdir. If the file is there, then you know it is good. There is no problem. Then 99% the problem would be based on the path. So you have to set the path, and it should be there. Sometimes what happens is that maybe some hacker or some mischievous activity, someone deletes this file, no one does this, but you never know, right? Someone would have accidentally deleted the rm-rm command instead of on this user's bin some directory. You would have accidentally meant as user bin directory, right? And everything under is gone, right? So this type of situation happens. So there you can identify and find that where the problem is actually located. So echo $path is important because these are built-in shells. Okay. So now you also do echo $shell. Shell means which is your default shell. In Red Hat Enterprise Linux, any user who logs into the system by default, his shell will be as bin bash. So bin bash means, that means your shell is located in bin directory. Inside the bin directory, bash. And where is bin directory? Bin directory, if you do /l, where you find bin is where? The bin is actually in user bin. Okay, because we saw that the bin is a pointer to user bin. Correct? So bin is a pointer to user bin. So where is your bin located? Your bin is actually located in user bin directory. So full path of bash is user bin bash. Okay, you can just type bin bash. There's not a problem because for backward compatibility, it will look for bin, and when it looks for bin here, it finds that it's in user bin. Okay. So these are two things, and one other thing is that basically echo $home. This is also built-in shell. So echo $home means where is your default shell, and this is for the user who is logged in. Okay, and there is another command called env. And with env, you can find a lot of other environment variables, like for example, path, echo $path. Whatever is there in caps letter, you can use to display that using echo. Like for example, echo log name, right? Log name. What is your login name, right? And what is your home, right? What is your what is the language. Sometimes, like for example, when you are installing database or something like that, you might need to know what is the language set for. Okay, this is thing. The main thing what you need is you need to know the path. Okay, and then your host name. Okay, your host name is also basically a variable. This is how also you can know your host name. Okay, you can know your host name in this way. And shell you have already seen, and then user you have already seen. User, what is the username? Correct. So these are some of the built-in shells. These are called not built-in shell. You call it as built-in variable. Okay, out of which mainly $path, language, mainly when you deal with database and all those things, or some application installation it will need it, and home for some what to say, scripting and all those things. And then basically what you need is mainly host name is okay, but yes, that's, and shell also. Shell is also something which you probably need, and rest all thing maybe not much. I have never used it. Okay, mainly I found that the path is very important. Path is something which is very, very, very important. You need to understand this. Okay, because if path is changed, your command may not work at all. Your command will not work at all. Okay, so you find something, command not found and all those things. First thing you have to search is echo $path and see that where the path is. There's a systematic approach of troubleshooting. Echo $path is. If the path is wrong, you know that okay, the path is, you set the path. Right, you know what the path should be. If you don't find, you can log into some other system and you can find the path. All the path would be the same for the root or for the normal user. You can copy that and place it, and each path should be separated by this thing. How you set the path? Path is equal to, and you can set like this, right? And then other things are basically second thing is that you go into the directory and see that whether particular that file which you are executing is there or not. It could be in local S bin, it could be in local bin, it could be in user bin or user S bin, right? So these are the simple things that you want to find. These are small things, but these are very, very important stuffs. Okay, so now we have got few more topics to left out for today, SEO and console and all those things that I will show you once the user creation and all those things is done. And the compression also I will show you at that time. And file permission and all those things, we will see. Either we can cover it tomorrow or we will cover it today, because there could be a lot of topics for today, specifically when you guys are new to this. And let's see. Okay. So it is like any questions before we go for a break? It's all good. Okay. So almost like 16:28, almost like 4:30. We will go for a break and we will be back by 4:45. Okay. So we'll be back by 4:45 and then we will continue with the user management. I will show you how to create a user. And then we will look with some of the file compression like tar and all those things, how to create it, how to compress files, how to uncompress it. So few of the utilities. So that is important, and that we can learn and see that how you do, because many of the time in your organization, you will be asked to like collect logs, compress it and send it to some people for analyzing, or okay, do anything, maybe collect some file and attach and give it to some other people for some analyzing or something, maybe for log analyzing, or for a developer, or or maybe for another colleague for some analyzing, or for some development, right? So we'll see that. Okay, we will be in touch with at 4:45. Okay guys, have a tea break and come back. Okay guys, so I'm back. Hope you are all back. Yeah, we have. So how do you want to proceed today? Do you want to proceed with the user management? I was thinking, because I was just going through the other, just hold on, there's some background noise. So do you want to continue with the user management today? Because I was just going through the other topics. Basically, it is like operating some servicing, couple of things we have covered today itself, like DMID code, other information. So my plan, I'm thinking that I will be just starting with show you demonstration of the operating system, how to install. What do you want? Or do we start with the user management today? And let me know, because I'm just waiting for your thoughts. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so let me know what do you want? I mean, do you want me to start the installation? I just want to go with the majority. People who want the installation demo to be shown up, can you please write yes in the chat? I've only got 4S. You have got 19, 20 people out there. I mean, today, do you want to follow with the next topic, that is basically user management, because it's not a very big topic? Or do you want me to continue with the Linux installation topics right now? Because user management, if it is there, we can continue on Monday with other topics, what is remaining. And today I can show you the OS installation and the configuration, so that many people who have not completed it, maybe they can go ahead and complete it. So if you want the OS installation to be shown up today, type yes in the chat, so that I can show with OS installation, or I can go with the user management. Okay. Okay, cool. So I guess that many other people want OS installation to be shown up. How many of the people have downloaded the ISO image? Red Hat ISO. Have everyone downloaded the ISO image, Red Hat ISO? See, I hope Lakshmi has passed you the link, right? Why I'm sticking on to Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7, so that we all have the same standards, right? You can install CentOS or Ubuntu or whatever it is, not a problem. But we don't want the commands or the things what we give, it should not be but different when you work on different operating systems. So that's the reason why I prepared a documentation and share the details, like, so that everyone will be on the same page when we are on a training, right? Specifically when you're doing a R&D or research of your own, so then maybe you can install any OS, you can do that, right? So there's no issues with RHEL 8 or CentOS 8 or whichever OS you are, but possibly not every OS will have the same commands, or maybe some options, or here and there some things will be differ. So that's the reason why I'm basically sticking on to Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7, which you can download by creating a login ID with Red Hat, right? So I assume that people would have downloaded the ISO image. If not, you can follow the documentation which is sent to you by Lakshmi, and you can create an login in Red Hat and download the Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7 ISO image. right? And the latest is basically Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7.9. So let's start with with the installation. Okay. So first of all, what you need to do is that basically people who are using this laptop or your system, so possibly you need to enable your BIOS, right? Your default, not in the virtual machine. You have to basically enable the BIOS in your system, BIOS in your system to enable virtualization, right? So please ensure that the virtualization is enabled so that you don't get any errors and all those things while performing these activities. Okay. So each system would have different settings. So I cannot say or give a standard instruction that where you go ahead and enable it for each vendor, like maybe HP, IBM, Lenovo, or any other laptop. So each of these laptops, depending upon the model, also these things settings might change. So just go to the BIOS. When you boot your system, reboot your system, you will find something like F1 or escape or F10, something would be there. Check out, read out the instructions in during boot time, select the those keys, and when you log into the BIOS, you will navigate to the different options. So somewhere you will see that enable virtualization over there. So just go ahead and ensure that it is enabled. If it is enabled, that's good, no problem. If it is disabled, change it. You can use up arrow, down arrow, or the enter key to change the toggle the parameters. And then once it is done, go and save the setting. Okay, you have something called a save and exit, and just exit without saving. So go and save and setting and exit, and then boot it to your system so that we can continue with the rest of the process. So assuming that all have downloaded ISO and you have ISO downloaded in your local computer, and then what you're going to do, first of all, you have to basically create a template, right, for the virtual machine, right? So for that, first you need to do is that create new and give any name. For example, I give rel 7, right? Maybe rel underscore 7 or rel -7, whatever it is. And mine is a 64-bit operating system. Basically, my OS is a 64-bit. That's why it shows a 64-bit thing over here. So I'm selecting 64-bit. So if your OS is basically 32-bit, not an issue. I can select OS 32-bit. No worries. Okay. Because 64-bit, if your OS is 64-bit base OS, that means your Windows, both 64 and 32 will work. But if your OS is 32-bit, only the 32-bit is going to be working on it. So possibly if your system is only 32-bit, then you have to possibly download a 32-bit version of it. Okay. I've not basically tested it because I've not been using the 32-bit system. So it's fine. So once it is done, so you can go with the settings Linux. You don't have to change it. By default, this is the location where your VM files will be stored. You don't have to change any of these things. And select next. Cannot create virtual machine. Okay. So why? Because it says that the same name rel 7 is already existing. So I'll put like _7. Okay, now next, and you can give the amount of RAM. So you can give like possibly 2048. Okay, and 2 GB of RAM. 1 GB should be fine, not a problem. It should work. So next, and by default, rest all the thing you have to create a virtual hard disk now. Don't change anything. Just select and VDI virtual box and dynamic allocation. And that is also fine because you don't have to give much space. And then 8 GB of your hard disk location, okay, hard disk space that you have to allot, which will be dynamic. I mean, as and when the space is occupied, the space will be allocated. So create, and once you create, and you will have a settings like this, right? You can go to settings, and you can go to advanced and see that everything is by default. There is nothing unnecessarily changed it out, unnecessary changes. system floppy you don't want it because we're not using floppy. Then uncheck it. Optical, that's fine. Then processor, CPU, enable PAE nested, that's okay, fine. Acceleration in my system, it is by default, it works. So maybe in people's system, if it's showing some error or something like that, possibly the BIOS thing is something which is having some issue, right? And once these are done, then nothing much is there. You have to go to the storage. Once you select the storage, what you do is that you have to select this empty thing over here, right? Your hard disk is this, and this is your basically controller, that is your CD drive. So you have to attach a CD drive. So what you do is that you have to select, click on this portion, choose a virtual optical, whatever is shown, choose a virtual optical disk or physical drive to use the virtual, to use with the virtual drive. So select it and choose a disk file. So you choose a disk file where you have downloaded the ISO. So I have downloaded in the downloads folder in my local system, and select that DVD ISO. It's close to 4 GB. So select open, and once it is done, you're good, and your networking portion should be selected to NAT. That is good. Advanced, that is fine. Cable connected. 2 and 3 and 4, no issues. You don't have to enable it. Just NAT is enough. And the rest of the thing are same. Okay, so that means I just want to show you and ensure that it is by default NAT only. Maybe in your system it could be different. So ensure that it is enabled networking, NAT, and storage, which we have attached, and then your system, which is basically optical selector or floppy unselected, and the rest is all good. So we select OK, and then you basically start it. So when the OS starts up, by default, you will get the screen. You will have only 59 seconds, 58 seconds to do it out. What you do is that in the mouse, you have to click inside this. Okay, inside this black area, you select it. And once you have selected, you can use the up arrow. Okay, down arrow to do this. So you select the up arrow so that install Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7.9 is selected. And then what you can do is that you can press enter. Okay. So one more thing is that here you can maybe note it down, right control. So if you want to take control of the mouse in your laptop, you have to press this, what do you say, right control, and then you can release the mouse. Okay, you can press the right control and then you can bring it out. You can see the mouse control we have. Once you press, once you are inside this black area, if you want to type something inside that, then you have to bring the mouse to this black area and click there. Then you are within that, what do you say, boundary. Okay, and then you can select it and then you press enter. And what you can do is that you can press control, and so that you can release the mouse and it is back here. Just wait for a few seconds so that the screen will automatically become bigger once the booting starts up. So these are error message virtual machine reports the guest OS does not support mouse pointer, not an issue. Don't worry about it.
I know.
So by default, the installation will start in graphical mode, which is much better for you to start the installation and finish it off. And once you're here, you can obviously use your mouse and select English should be the default, which is selected. Once you're selected here, it is a little tricky to basically point it out. It takes some time. You can select this thing. If it your mouse doesn't work properly, here also there's some issues that showing up. So basically, you can use the tab. To select it. 1 minute. I think because I'm using this sharing the screen, the mouse is, they're not allowing me to get this mouse into this Oracle virtual box. Anyway, use the tab button if it is not allowing you. Then you can use the tab once more, and once more tab you have to be just little cautious about, so that as soon as you select enter, and you can use the continue button and hit continue, and it will continue further. And each of these screen you have to use the tab or tab button to basically select the things. You have to wait for some time so that your date and time and all those things gets highlighted. Even if you don't select this date and time and all those things, not an issue. You can change it at a later point of time also. Okay. So only thing what you have to do is that basically use that down arrow button. By default, down arrow will be there. You can use the down arrow button to left arrow, down arrow you can use to select the installation destination. Okay. So installation destination, this is something which you want to select. Enter, press enter, and by default you don't have to do anything. Everything is set. You just have to hit enter. Done. Okay. Once hit enter, and then basically you have to basically use the software selection. So software selection, what you have to do is that once the software selection is there, you have to select the infrastructure server. Why infrastructure server? Means the your most of the packages and all those things will be installed. Otherwise it becomes a little difficult task to configure other stuffs to deploy and all those things, because otherwise you will need to connect to internet. Your configuration depending upon your systems and all those things, you may not be able to connect to the external world, that is internet. So without that you may not be able to configure it, and if you don't have a Red Hat account, you will not be able to configure or install other packages also. Okay, so many of the time you can just select infrastructure and select the space bar. So when you select the space bar, then infrastructure will be selected. Okay, rest of the things you don't need, you can select only one, and if you want you can go with the other things also. You can use tab to go to the other tab, other section, and then come down, and you don't have anything specific to be selected over here. Okay, so infrastructure server, that is enough. And then you can use tab again, so that it basically comes and hits the net last portion. After this last system administrator, you use the tab so that it hits the done button. So once you are in done button, what it needs to be done. Mouse. Okay, just a minute. I'm just stopping. I'm trying to stop the share screening, screen sharing, and then let me see, because with the screen sharing, it is not allowing me to basically take control of the virtual machine. Okay. Okay, so with the screen sharing, it is not allowing me. Otherwise, after I disable the screen sharing, it allows me to do, and I can select the infrastructure software selection. This is good. And then what you have to do is that basically you have to go and select the networking and host name. So this is basically simple. You can just select it. But again, I'm trying to see here if it allows me to do it. Okay, networking host name. So what you have to do basically here is that not sent. Yeah, okay, you enable it. It just can be done using the tab button. Once it is done, then host name you can't no need of doing it right now because you can do it later also. And then once it is done, your apply, then you're done. Okay, you're done, and the host name is done. I'm using the tab button, and once it is done, then you can again use the tab button to select once again tab, and it will come to quit, and then again you select the tab, and then the begin installation will be highlighted slightly. You should be very little careful on the thing, so you can see that that will be highlighted, and then you can start the begin installation thing, and the installation will start up. And basically your password, root password will be set to, you can set the root password to whatever you want. I basically set it to Red Hat. And once it is done, you have to press the done button twice, and user creation is not needed. You can do it later point of time also. Rest all the configuration is not needed. So basically one is that you have to select the installation. That is basically your installation source will be automatically detected. Second is your hard disk you have to select. You don't have to just open it and click the done button. That is enough. Second is basically your infrastructure software package selection. By default, it will be minimum. You have to select infrastructure. Third is basically a network configuration that you can do at later point of time also. There is no problem with that. But if you can enable it, since it is NAT, you can automatically have the IP address assigned to the system by default. Okay, otherwise all the other information you can do at later point of time also once the system is configured. So it will take maybe another 5 minutes or 10 minutes, not more than that. And the installation should be done, and I will show you how to go for that. So once the installation is there, maybe you will find some difficulty getting the mouse out. You can click the right control button. Okay. See, if you click the right control button, you can see that this is unhighlighted, right? If you select it, this mouse button will be in highlighted state. So click the right control button, not the left one, right control button, and your mouse will be out of this. So meanwhile, the installation completes. If you have any questions, you can ask. Of anything which you haven't understood properly, or which you want me to repeat again for today's session, which we have covered.
Sir,
yeah.
Sir, for this virtual work, so what will be the minimum requirement of RAM and the memory?
See, RAM for this installation by default, normal installation, 1 GB should be more than enough. 1 GB of memory should be more than enough. And hard disk,
Okay,
even though your hard disk, even though we're putting up 8 GB, it will not take the total 8 GB because since we are doing up dynamic, right? So system will not allocate 8 GB altogether. It will allocate maybe 1 GB or 2 GB, something like that. And the whole installation will be less than like 2 GB. So ineffectively, your system will give only like close to 2 GB or 3 GB to the system.
Sir, if we have overall the RAM is 8 GB, then
where your host system, your laptop has got 8 GB, right?
Yeah.
So laptop has 8 GB, you can give 1 GB only, 1024. That is enough.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so that, see, we are not doing any big installation, all those things. There's just few things and that mini installations. If you're doing minimum installation, what will happen is that if many of the commands and all those things will not be installed. Okay, so whether you use minimum or infrastructure is your, the RAM wise, there is no problem. Okay, RAM anyway, it will need minimum of like close to 1 GB. Okay, to work on. So ensure that when you're working on a laptop, you close all the other application, all those things if your system is hanging. In my system also, my laptop is only 8 GB RAM. Okay, I'm using a like 2 VMs running it, but I don't have any other applications opened up, because if you have any other application open up during this process, then maybe your RAM will be, your system will be little hanging, correct? So ensure that when you're using or when you're working on the VirtualBox, all other applications are stopped. And it is always best that you can reboot your system once and then you start installation, so that your system is free of any other used thing, and ensure that you do not run any applications until the installation finishes. So that should be good. Otherwise, for 8 GB RAM, I haven't faced any issues regarding this installation. Any other questions? Okay, so once the installation is completed, meanwhile, what you can do is that you can go ahead and also download the putty software. I know that many other people might have might know how to download the putty. So putty is just a software which you can download from internet. You can just download the putty directly. Okay, once you download putty, it comes in two forms. Either you can install it or non-installable format. Non-installable format, you can just copy it to your desktop and then double click it. Okay, I use this non-installable putty. Okay, so you don't want to install it. So just double click on that putty and your putty, the screen will pop up. So next, what you need to do is that you need to basically put the IP address and all those things, and you can connect, right? So meanwhile, I've configured something. When you are, let's say, you put your IP address here and you put this IP address here. Okay, so this is my initial system's IP address. What you need to do is that first thing you have to go to appearance. In the appearance, what you go is that what you have to do is that you have to change. You have to click on this change, right? By default, it will be 14. Okay, 14 or 12 something. It will be too low. So when you connect to putty, you'll see very small this thing. What to say, your fonts and all those things. So it will be very difficult to read and all those. Specifically, if you have some specs and all those things, then it could be very difficult. So what you do is that you change it to 16. And maybe you want, you can change it to bold. That is good. That gives a very good reading ability. And once it is written, then you can do OK. And then you come back to the session and you can put save. Okay, you can save this. So that what will happen here, this appearance section will be saved here in this particular IP address name. Okay, session saved. So next, what you do is that next you want to, whenever you want to connect it, you have to just select it and then you click open. So automatically the system IP will be connected. Okay, and then you can connect to the system as root user and the password that you have given, and you will be inside the system. Okay, so let's wait until this installation gets completed, then I will show you how to connect it. But keep in mind that if you are using a company system or any system which is behind a firewall and all those things, then you may not be able to connect it directly. And I will show you basically what are the things that you need to take care when you do it out. Okay, so in another I think less than 5 minutes the installation should be completed, because it won't take much time. We have not selected much packages, and although the package installation has completed, it's performing, like you can see, performing post installation setup. So post installation setup means it's trying to configure some parameters, kernel parameters, and system configuration details and all those things. And also, guys, be prepared with some assignments and all those things, because end of your third day section, you will be presented with some question answers and all those things. Mostly it will be multiple choice questions you have to answer. So basically all these things will be from the topics that I have been taking during this class. So please pay attention to the classes, because your assessment output will be sent to your managers. So please ensure that you pay attention to the class. Whatever is being taught, the questions will be asked mainly only from that session. Okay. So if you have any doubts or anything like that, please do let me know during the session itself. And if you have any questions or something like that, which you're trying to do today and maybe unable to address it, so maybe you can work on it tonight, and maybe you have got Saturday, Sunday, 2 days left, and then Monday you can ask me. There's no problem. If you want extra time, we can work on it after our sessions gets completed after 5:30. That also we can do. Okay, but please feel free to work these commands on the system, because unless and until you work on, you will not come to know that what is your problems or what commands you get and what commands you do not get. Okay. I will share. I told them now, because there are a couple of commands. I don't know your email, all these guys' email address. I don't have the details. So I will share it with Lakshmi, who will be in contact with you, who knows your email address and everyone's details. So she will share all the details today. As soon as the class completes, I will share the details with Lakshmi. So she will send an email, or I don't know how she communicates to you. So she will pass all the details to you. So you can get it from there. Because I am not aware of all your people's email address and your contact details, right? So Lakshmi will send you all the details. I will send the details to Lakshmi today itself. I hope you are all in touch with Lakshmi, right? So you can, even if someone has missed some information, you can get, because I came to know that today, like few people don't have even access to the documentation which I've sent. So if you don't have, please get in touch with Lakshmi. She will share you the details in which everything has been mentioned about how to log into Red Hat, how to download the ISO, how to perform this installation and all those things. Okay. So she should be sending you the details by today, basically the command details and all those things. So if you do not get it by today, so please get in touch with her. Okay, drop an email. I don't know whether you have a number or not. You drop an email with her, or get in touch with the team lead or whomever it is, so that people who have been missed, they can basically get access to that. Or if someone is new to this team, or maybe new to this learning, you can also get in touch with your colleague to check that if they have got it, because possible that someone would be missed from the email and you may not get the details. So please stay in touch with your colleagues as well, specifically who are in this training. Okay, so our post installation site configuration has been done, and now it is like they are generating init-RAM-fs. We saw this init-RAM-fs like inside /boot directory. So the init-RAM-fs is getting generated based on your devices that is being installed on your system, right? Because mainly what init-RAM is, init-RAM-fs basically is a combination of your drivers and some configurations, right? So once it is done, the system will be rebooted, and you just have to click the reboot button. And obviously, if some people's mouse, if it is not working, you can always use the tab button. Okay, you can use the tab button to get into that, and then you can hit enter. Okay, everything is good. So I have clicked inside. Again, the same problem with me because I'm sharing the screen. I will be using the tab button once. Okay, you can see, if you observe very closely, once I hit the tab button, it's highlighted, right? See, you can see this tab reboot is highlighted. Once it is highlighted, you can press hit button and your server will reboot. So once your server reboots, you can come to know that when you click the setting button, when you click the settings button over here, you can see the storage, right? And sorry, system. So this will be optical. So optical, by default, it will not boot to the optical. It will basically boot to the your hard disk. Okay. So once the system is booting up, you cannot make any changes to this system. Okay, so I can see that, okay, you can see that the system is booted up and you are back to your system. Since I have not set up the host name and all those things, I don't see the host name, but I will be logging to the system as root, and my password is, which I've set is basically Red Hat. So after that, I log in and I issue the if config, and I can see the, IPS 10.0.2.15. Okay, so now let me log into this and putty. I don't know whether if I'll be able to log. Okay, let me see that whether it is NAT or. Okay, first let me just shut down the system, power of the system, and let me compare it with my existing configuration. What it is, settings. Okay, my setting existing is bridge configuration, my existing setting, so so that I can connect to this. Otherwise, they will not allow me to SSH to the system. So here it is NAT. So what I'm going to do is that I'm selecting this network, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change this to bridge adapter. Okay, bridge adapter, and promises mode, you can set allow all, and bridge adapter. That should be fine. And I'm selecting OK, and then I'm saying that start. Because if based on here, because I have a system in which I've got a firewall connected in my system, so it will not allow me to do. So I have a bridge adapter connector. Bridge adapter mainly means your local system, your host system, your laptop or your PC, whatever it is, on top of which you are running this. It is basically your VM will also have the same form of network setting. Okay, that is basically called as bridge. Okay, so I called as root and Red Hat, and if I look at the IP address, you can say it is 192.168.1.15. Okay, that is good. So I log into the putty. I use 192.168.1.15. So I can use this to save the sessions. I can go to this appearance, and I change, by default it is 10. Okay, 10 it is. I change it to 16. I change it to board 16, and I select OK, and I set to sections, and I say save. So once it is saved, this will be here. Now your session will not be lost. Now what you can do is that you can just double click it, and your system will be connected. You will be presented to with a warning saying that to accept the key. Okay, you just accept it. So once you accept it, you will be prompted, and you can log in with the host IP address. So you are in. So you can see that hostnamectl, your system is set to static localhost, because we have not set the thing. So we can set it here right now. How you will set it up? You can set it up using hostnamectl and -- help. Since I forgot what is the command, you can set it like hostnamectl and set hostname, and I can put server. I can put server yeah, I can put server dot. Now there will be two names. Server I can put test dot example.com, right? So it is all set. Static host name, good. Cat etc host. Sorry, not host. Etc host name. Very good. Clear? So this is how you set it up. One more thing. Once you configure the system, it is normally in your existing system it will be done. But one more important thing, what you have to focus is that once your system initial configuration is done, there is a file called /etc host. Here you have to have an entry of your IP address, host name, and your short host name. So the host name, you got it. Either you can use what uname -n you can get, or you can use hostname command -f you can get, right? And you can also get the short host name. What is the short host name? Short host name is always the name before your domain part. .example.com is your domain part. Before that, whatever is there, the first initial name, that will be your short host name. And other thing is basically your IP address. So this is your IP address. So what you do is that you can open VI editor, HOSTS, and you can put all those things. So first thing what will come is that basically your IP address. Your IP address, then you put tab, then you put what? Test.example.com. This is your FQDN. Okay, what do you call it as? FQDN, fully qualified domain name. Right, this is important. And secondly, thirdly, what you do is that you just put the host name, small name. Okay, this is the format of the host name, right? /etc host. So host file. So this is how the format of the host should look like. So the first thing will be what you will have is the IP address, that is local loop, and the local host name, and so and so. This will be by default there in the system. But at least your system should contain your system's IP address, FQDN, and your short host name. This is, I would say, this is mandatory. You have to basically enable it in your system. Okay, so this is very important. So whenever you are configuring your host name, when you are configuring the system, ensure that your IP address, your host name, which is your FQDN, fully qualified domain name, FQDN. Okay, FQDN, and then your basically short host name. This is something which you have to put. So in between each, you can either use tab or you can use space, no problem. Okay, so this is something which you have to do. Once it is done, once you're all okay, then you can basically reboot your system. How do you reboot your system? You can use init6 or you can use reboot, 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 right? You'll reboot your system. When you reboot your system, if you're in a putty session, just wait for 1 minute or something like that to get the OS back, or just use the show button to see that where the booting status is. Once the system has booted and your login prompt, what you can do is that come back to the putty screen, and you can use restart session, and your session will be restarted, root and Red Hat, and you're logged in. You can see that the test IP is there. Earlier it was like localhost, right? So since your hostname is set, hostnamectl, your test.example.com is set, everything is good. Your if config IP is set. Okay. So this is what I have for today's session. And any other questions? All good? Okay. So what we will do is that on Monday, we will be completing user management, because a few of the next topic session, like the reviewing hardware details, memory, CPU information, all those things we have covered today itself. So, and also we have taken an additional topic which was not part of this thing. Why I took is that I know that many of the people have not completed an installation. So I believe that this would help them in completing the installation. And Monday we will be mainly looking in the user management and elevated permissions, and we will be looking on the archive and all those things to do it out. Then we will be looking at the mainly the configuration, basic network configurations and all those things, and running operating system, mounting, unmounting file systems, right? Okay, and we'll also be looking at some basic logical volume management details, not creating, but at least from the display perspective. And then on the third section, we will be having some YUM configuration and all those things, package management and SSH configuration, which will be more of a practical. Today is also practical session. So if you guys have your systems ready by Monday, then I will also give you more of practical sessions, at least 20 minutes of sessions after each session, so that you can practice it. That's how the session is basically meant for. Okay. Any other questions before we wind up today's session? I'll be sending the details of today's things to Lakshmi. So she should be getting in touch with you, or she will be sending the details to Google. I don't know where she sends it out. So then you can get that thing, and please do practice at home all the commands which I'll be sharing, and we will meet you. We will touch base on Monday. Okay. So happy weekend to you guys all, and have a good time. Okay, thank you.